Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you to a very important day for the Connecticut General Assembly. This is the first official public hearing on proposed bills for the 2023 session. It marks a moment where the General Assembly will begin its public hearing process in a hybrid fashion in which we receive testimony both in person and via Zoom. The Transportation Committee 2 years ago was privileged enough to kick off the public hearing process with a bill in which we engaged remotely via Zoom constituents across the state for the first time in our public hearing process. It was a privilege for the Transportation Committee to lead at that moment, and it's a privilege for us now to start in this new moment. There may be a few hiccups over the course of the day as we try to balance in person via Zoom public participation and registrations, but the Transportation Committee and our able clerk, Samuel Clark, will handle that in stride. And if there are any issues, we beg your forgiveness. With that, I think it's important for us in the Connecticut General Assembly to recognize the events of the last few weeks, and particularly videos that were released out of Memphis, Tennessee on Friday evening. Those of us in public service, every one of us who enter this building, who engage in the political process, who engage in the free expression of ideas and thoughts and values, who formulate laws, both state and local laws, do so with a sense of public obligation and an understanding that those laws should be enforced fairly and judiciously. The images that we saw over the course of this weekend are a hard reminder for all of us that those in many communities across the country do not enjoy the same protections as others. I think it's important for us to recognize in this moment, regardless of political party, regardless if you're a sworn officer, every person that I've spoken to over the last few days has been just deeply troubled. And I think it's an important conversation that we'll have to have in this country, particularly in this state, and in some cases, even on this committee. That conversation won't be for today, but it's an important conversation that we all need to continue to have. And we should not shy away from those important conversations. And at this moment, I'd ask the indulgence of this committee for a moment of silence and deliberation. Thank you. Before we kick off with our Commissioner of the Department of Transportation, I'm going to turn it over to my Senate co-chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for those words. Very important this morning. Obviously, our thoughts here in Connecticut are with our Memphis family and the family of Tyree Nichols and all of those who have been lost and taken from us so abruptly and violently. And so I appreciate that moment of reflection as we do the good work of the Connecticut General Assembly. Looking forward to our hearing today. I know this has been a collaboration of many agencies. A lot of work has gone into this, and looking forward to hearing from folks today and testimony of the bills we have before us, SB 904 and HB 5917. I think it will make for some good conversation and deliberation as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And to my ranking members, Representative Kennedy, any opening comments before we start our public hearing process?
Just echo your comments. Thank you so much for doing that this morning. It's weighing very heavy on all of our hearts. But other than that, great to be back in public. Great to see everyone here, and let's get started.
Thank you. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also extend those sympathies, and it was an abhorrent incident. And if I may add, there are countless other incidences in which many people in our community live in that kind of fear. And so I think it's truly important for us to recognize that solutions must be found, and extend our sympathies to the families, but also be cognizant that there are many of us in our communities of many backgrounds that live in that kind of fear that it could happen to them, and we can't allow that. We must do better. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And like I mentioned at the beginning, this is an important moment for the Connecticut General Assembly as we move forward with a hybrid version of our public hearing process. It's a new day for us. Again, 2 years ago, we kicked off in transportation with a remote process. The first bill we heard on that day in 2021 was a bill regarding pedestrian safety. And inherent in that bill itself was the creation of a Vision Zero task force, the results of which and the recommendations are one of the bills on our public hearing today. So with that, we will turn it over and restart the public hearing in-person process with our commissioner from the Department of Transportation, Garrett Uccolito.
Hey, good morning, early morning. Representative Lamar, Senator Cohen, Representative Kennedy, Senator Wong, and members of the Transportation Committee. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to the opportunity to offer testimony on HB 5917, an act implementing the recommendations of the Vision Zero Council, as well as Senate Bill 904, an act concerning the recommendations of the Office of the State Traffic Administration. My name is Garrett Uccolito. I'm Commissioner of the Department of Transportation, or CONDOT, you may hear me say. I'm joined today by several of my colleagues from CONDOT: Terry Obie, Matt Bloom, Natasha Fatu, Joe Cristelli, Ryan Pothering, Aaron Swanson is on Zoom, and Cleza, Brian Pavlik, and Liz Keys. You have copies of my submitted written testimony, so I'll just use a few minutes to summarize CONDOT's position on these two bills. First, SB 904 is CONDOT's bill to reflecting OSTA, Office of the State Traffic Administration. It's an attempt to update our statutes to conform to current practices, make our signals and signs across the state more accessible for all users, provide uniformity with traffic control devices across the state, and ensure that the state laws that you all pass and the regulations that are adopted are being adhered to. The second bill is HB 5917. Last year, 385 people were killed on our roadways, and 1,442 were seriously injured. The 385 people killed included 61 on a motorcycle, 4 on a bike, and 75 pedestrians. This was the deadliest year in decades in Connecticut. The number of drivers and passengers killed on our roads has increased 41% over the past 5 years. The number of pedestrians killed has increased 31% over the past 5 years. While we look at these startling numbers and reports, one thing we must remember is we're talking about people, lives lost, lives that were lost in preventable crashes. This committee created the Vision Zero Council in 2021 to develop a statewide policy and interagency approach to eliminating transportation-related fatalities. As chair of that council, I can say that the council members took this task seriously, and we also created 4 subcommittees made up of volunteers to help advise the council. The volunteers worked hours to prepare policy recommendations for the council, many of which were found here in HB 5917. My hope is that the work of the council will elevate this alarming public health crisis and help reverse these trends. Specifically, HB 5917 contains 4 proposals that CONDOT also included in our agency legislative package. So I want to take a few minutes to touch on those 4 items. Section 1 of HB 5917 would enact an open container law, which would prohibit open alcohol beverages in the passenger compartment of motor vehicles, except for in for-hire vehicles like taxis, livery, and limousines. Under 23 USC 154 federal statutes, states are required to enact laws making it illegal for the driver or passenger to possess or consume from any open alcoholic container. States that have not enacted such a law have to transfer 3% of a portion of our formula funds into safety programs. I should note that we'd like to work with the committee to ensure the language included in HB 5917 conforms to federal requirements, as there are slight deviations. Section 3 of the bill would enact a helmet law for all motorcycle riders. Connecticut does have a partial law covering 16 and 17-year-old riders, but universal helmet laws are proven to be the most effective way to protect motorcyclists involved in crashes from severe injury and death. Federal research shows that states that have enacted universal helmet laws saw significant drops in motorcyclist fatalities, ranging from 15 to 37%. Section 4 of the bill would clarify ConnDOT's authority to acquire land for multi-use trail construction. Over a dozen projects totaling $55 million are at risk of cancellation if this is not clarified in statute. Multi-use trails provide residents with safe alternatives to recreate, travel, and commute. They also have been proven to increase economic activity in communities through which they pass. Projects at risk are across the state, including New Britain, Waterbury, Coventry, Plainfield, Watertown, Trumbull, and Mansfield, just to name a few locations. The final provision I want to discuss is automated traffic enforcement enabling legislation found in sections 16 through 20. While the language that our agency prepared differs only slightly from the language in 5917, the fact remains that automated traffic enforcement devices have been proven time and time again to reduce serious injuries and save lives. Numerous research organizations, as well as the federal government, have published reams of evidence proving the efficacy of automated traffic enforcement devices. The National Transportation Safety Board publishes a list of 10 most wanted safety improvements. The most recent list specifically calls on states to, and I quote, amend current laws to authorize state and local agencies to use automated speed enforcement, end quote. It's true, the best and most lasting thing we can do as a state is to change the infrastructure to protect all road users, but infrastructure changes take time, and in some places, protective changes like replacing a signalized intersection with a roundabout may not be possible with the existing land constraints. While we work on changing our infrastructure, we can deploy technology now to save lives and prevent serious injuries, not to mention lessening the economic burden imposed on individuals who are not at fault. Through this legislation, we can ensure is not being deployed as a money grab. We can ensure images are destroyed after cases are resolved, and we can ensure is deployed in places with a history of crashes and speeding. We know what the problem is. We know what we can do to save lives. These are avoidable crashes caused by human choices. Driver behavior has definitely changed the past 3 years. The increased willingness to disregard community safety, the selfishness and risky behavior, these provisions in this bill can help change that behavior. I urge this committee to take stock of this alarming public health crisis on our roadways and allow our municipalities to use the tools available to reduce the number of avoidable deaths and injuries. And with that, I'm open to take any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and it is a honor and privilege to be able to call you that. First, I want to thank you deeply for your work on the Vision Zero Council for the last year and a half. As a legislature, when we sometimes create these commissions, you're never quite sure how seriously they're going to be taken by the people that we empower to lead those subgroups, working groups, task force, whatever we call them. You embraced this challenge early on. We had a conversation early on in the formulation of the council. You expressed that you were going to take it seriously, and you certainly did. And I am deeply appreciative of the time, energy, and effort you put into it, leading an interagency approach with a variety of other individuals. If you wouldn't mind, could you highlight the other agencies that you worked with in formulation of these recommendations?
Absolutely. So we had Department of Motor Vehicles, Department of Public Health, Department of Emergency Services, Public Protection, the Chief State's Attorney's Office, State Department of Education, Aging and Disability Services, as well as the Office of Early Childhood. I think that's everyone. I do want to give a shout out to Aaron Swanson from ConnDOT, who was the administrator of the council and put in countless hours working with the volunteer groups and all of our council members. And he's on Zoom today as well.
And I thought it was important to highlight that, Mr. Commissioner, because I do believe while it was a lot of time and effort on your behalf. It was an interagency approach, and everyone took those roles seriously. The meetings that I was able to attend, the videos that I was able to watch, the recommendations came from a variety of places, including those subgroups that you helped establish to get even more topic-based information and expertise involved in those recommendations. And again, I am personally deeply appreciative of the work and time you put into this. And on behalf of the committee, who established this 2 years ago, we couldn't have asked for more, and you certainly delivered. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
There'll be numerous questions from committee members. Before that, I'll turn over to my Senate co-chair.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for being here. I really appreciate your testimony and all of the hard work, again, that's gone into this process leading up to these recommendations. Grateful for that. Just a couple of questions. Wondered in terms of Section 4, the land acquisition, we've obviously received some testimony to the committee members. Speaking of overreach, I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit about that and how the department would be limited, and obviously the trails that they'd be able to take, and talk a little bit about why it's important with right away to have that land acquisition authority.
Absolutely. So I'll start, and then I'll have Terry Obi, our Director of Rights of Way, join me up at the table up here to help answer some technical questions. But several decades ago, the federal government changed the federal law to include multi-use trails in the definition of the surface transportation programs. And Connecticut is known for having an extensive built-out trail network. We are well known for growing the East Coast Greenway. The Farmington Canal Heritage Trail is one of the most well-known multi-use off-road trails in the country. And so we, for years, have been growing our trail network to help provide some economic vitality for communities, provide a safe place for people to recreate. It's only been recently where there's been a quibble over a definition of, is a trail actually considered part of the facility as we deemed it, or a state highway program. We believe it is. It is transportation related. It's important to keep in mind that the department does not go in and build a trail in a community where the community does not support it. If there are federal funds involved, the local government, through their metropolitan planning organization, must support dedicating those federal funds towards the project. But our department has never, and while I'm commissioner, will not, build a trail if the local government does not support the establishment of that trail. Terry, do you want to maybe give an update on specifics of the statute?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Terry Obi. I'm the Director of Rights of Way for the Department of Transportation. What the department is looking for is a clarification. Currently, the statutory authority is under 13A-98E. And what appears there is a word facility. You will not see multi-use trail or bike facility. That facility is further clarified under the language of the Surface Transportation Program, the federal law. So you actually have to search 13A-98E, go to the federal law, see that it qualifies. And then the same statute refers to the acquisition process as being the same that the commissioner has authority under for 13A-73 for the acquisition and purchase of real property. So the department is really looking to clarify its authority under 13A-98E by adding bicycle lanes and multi-use trails under 13A-73. It puts it all of the commissioner's authority for land acquisition in one area and serves to clarify what its purposes are for, and rather than have to chase it back through a different statute and then into federal law.
Right. So you won't just be running across the state seizing homes and private
No.
property for use.
There's-
All right, terrific. Also, if you could speak to Commissioner, the open container piece on this. I know because we do have the ability to have open containers in the state of Connecticut, there's been some financial losses or finances given towards put towards the use of education purposes rather than potential other uses. So I wonder if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, so federal law, in an effort to entice states to implement legislation, they will also often include penalties if you don't act and have a state legislation around a specific topic. And that's where the open container law comes from. The federal government says if you as a state don't have an open container law, then you will be subject to a 3% diversion of some of your formula funds for construction and maintenance costs to go towards safety, education, and enforcement programs. So over the lifetime of this being out of compliance, we have diverted around $175 million from construction to education and safety programs.
That's helpful. And lastly, there's been a lot of controversy over the use of speed cameras, red light cameras. A lot of talk about traditionally they've been placed in Black and brown communities. I wonder if you could speak to how we would safeguard against something like that.
So I think the legislation included in 5917 takes many steps to try and prevent that. First, the speed cameras, it's being limited to school zones as well as pedestrian safety zones. Both were created by the legislature. It takes an affirmative action by the municipality to come seek permission to install a school zone or pedestrian safety zone. So it's not like it will be deployed anywhere and everywhere in the community. And this is similar to what New York City has done, where they've deployed the speed cameras first in school zones. And they've seen I believe, over 60% reduction in speeding in those school zones. The red light cameras, limiting them to places where there is a history of crashes. It's not just put them wherever you want, but have them be factually data-based and come to, the state DOT. In our version, we said come to OSTA. For them to just review, okay, does the crash history support installation there? Yes, okay, let's deploy it. That way, if you root it in actual facts and actual history of problems, I think that is the most safe and protective way we can go about. The intent really is to target where there is a problem, right? It's not just to give carte blanche, and I think that's what this legislation does. It limits it to where we know there is a history of problems.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. We have a number of folks who have questions. We're going to go next to Senator Huang, followed by Representative Kennedy, then Senator Austin.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Commissioner. Very excited for you and for us as the state of Connecticut. Your experience within the DOT is valued, and I'm looking forward to working with you. And thank you for leading this Vision Zero Commission. And I'm very eager for the follow-up and getting public feedback on this informational hearing today, and continue communications with you and your office. Could you share, and I've had the opportunity to visit your website, which is part of the DOT portal, and listened and read all of the good work that you guys have done for the past year. Could you share with the general public if they wanted to find out more information about the portal and what's encompassed in that?
Absolutely, Senator Wong. Are you referring to our Vision Zero?
Fucking asshole.
Welcome to the world of Zoom. Yes, I am. Your portal and the commission's workflow, your meetings, and the MP4s that you have of the meetings and the documents. Can you share with the broader audience where people can get more information through the work that you have done?
Absolutely, Senator Wong. Thank you for asking that. So Aaron Swanson is our administrator, and we have a Vision Zero Council website on the DOT homepage. If you go to the DOT homepage, which is ct.gov/DOT, I believe there's a link on the right-hand side that says Vision Zero Council. And that's where we have all of the minutes, all of the agendas, all of the materials from previous meetings, as well as a way to an email address to contact our staff. We're always looking for volunteers to serve on the various subcommittees. We had dozens and dozens of volunteers, but we're always open to having more voices at the table. And so I encourage anyone listening today, if they're interested in learning more about the Vision Zero Council, to contact Aaron with the DOT at the Vision Zero homepage, or just contact me directly.
I'm on mute. And as a follow-up, I think you talked about the work groups, and one of the fascinating and a compliment to you and the commission is the extensive work and the participation of the subcommittees. Can you share that there were 4 subgroups and they made out recommendations, and how did they contribute to the overall policy that we're seeing today?
So we did have 4 different subcommittees that were formed. They were engineering, enforcement, education, and equity. We have a 5th that I hope to form in the next year. We didn't have enough volunteers to serve on the 5th one, which was EMS or medical care. That's an important part of creating a safe Vision Zero system to reduce injuries and fatalities. But we really empowered them to come up with their own proposals to bring back to the council. So they were made up of volunteers from safety organizations, private citizens. We had state employees serving on them from various different state agencies as well. And it was really bottom up proposals. They held their own meetings. They reported back up. They had appointed their own co-chair, and they reported out to our council meetings. They reported up their final recommendations to the council. The council took all those seriously, and a majority of them were included in our final transmittal to the legislature. And we tweaked language here and there and some of them were duplicative. So we ensured that, education, if education was co-endorsing something in the enforcement or engineering one, we made reference to that back and forth in our final transmittal to the legislature.
Thank you for that. And I noticed as I read through all the vast information, there was a truly diverse group in your working groups to get various viewpoints and counterpoints and trying to craft a policy that is amendable to all the shareholders. But for this audience and for how much engagement was there from local municipal leaders and local engineering to be able to offer some input on some of the proposals you're undertaking? Because obviously, as we propose them, our municipalities would be looking to implement a lot of these recommendations. How engaged were they, and what part of the process were they involved in?
We did have several municipalities be very engaged in the subcommittee process. Their town engineers were involved, or city engineers, their public works officials were involved. We had local law enforcement officers involved as well as Connecticut State Police on the subcommittee and at the council level. So there was extensive, as well as I should say the councils of governments, the COGS, they had representation on several of the subcommittees as well.
Thank you. Were there, opposing shareholder input in these various work groups that kind of offer contrasting viewpoints and really differences of opinion from the ultimate goal of Vision Zero?
I don't think there was anything that altered from the ultimate goal of Vision Zero, which is to reach 0 fatalities and serious injuries. I think there were definitely differing viewpoints on how to achieve that. I made sure not to get involved in the subcommittee process. I didn't want to be seen as interfering in that really grassroots level discussion. I wanted them to feel free to bring to us at the council level what they really jointly decided. So I heard that there were very, heated discussions at times about various aspects of topics that came up. But at the end of the day, the subcommittees came together and agreed on a set of recommendations to bring up to us as the council level.
Thank you. And if we can, and also on Senate Bill 904, if I can ask one particular question. And thank you Mr. Chair, for the indulgence in these questions. Just for me on under section 1, if a town does not comply with these orders, I understand there is the possibility of losing their TAR funding or grant and aid. Can you explain that and what led to that kind of rationale? It seems to be a strong statement.
Yeah, so OSTA was created by the General Assembly to be the entity that regulates traffic, traffic in the state. There's regulations that are in place, but there's no enforcement power at times. So if a municipality really wants to thumb their nose at the state, they have the ability to do that. There have been instances where there's been a lack of response at the local level to some of the requests from OSTA. And we felt that there should be some way to encourage them to adhere to the state regulations that have been adopted and put in place. Without that, it's essentially toothless. And we don't want to create a situation where there is disparate adherence to regulations and statute across the 169 communities.
Is there did your work group consider another way to add more teeth in enforcement instead of just using the loss of town aid grants?
Yeah, so Senator, I'll clarify, Senate Bill 904 did not come up through the Vision Zero. This is an agency bill from our OSTA. But we would be very open to other ideas that you or other members of the committee have on how to encourage or force adherence to the regulations and statutes.
And I think Vision Zero would go hand in hand with that type of enforcement and awareness and education. So I want to end by saying thank you for your very, very good work and compliment the commission for their efforts. And I'm looking forward to hearing more about this and moving this process along. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence of the time and the questions.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Kennedy, followed by Senator Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Commissioner. It's great to see you today. Some of the questions have been touched on. Certainly one of the questions was regarding enforcement, especially with pedestrian safety. Pedestrian safety, as you stated, is up so much. You have these very dense areas, like in my town, one of my towns is Milford. And it's really difficult sometimes to see a person that's actually stepping into that pedestrian walkway. And you don't see those cars stopping. Can you just tell me a little bit, how can we enforce better enforcement in these very dense areas where there's like cars parked and people tend to walk out in between them? And I'm not sure how this is gonna, if you could speak to that, please.
Yes, thank you, Representative Kennedy. So I believe last year we did have a proposal that did become law. We were concerned that the vehicles were parking too close to the crosswalks. If it's in a mid-block crosswalk, the committee and the General Assembly did support changes to the statute to clarify that there should be some distance, especially for individuals with visual impairments or mobility impairments, to have them have to really inch out and look around the vehicles is not safe. So any way where we can create that buffer for them, the legislature did pass a significant adjustment to pedestrian safety laws over the past couple of years as well, where it clarifies that a vehicle must yield for someone to actually, if they're signaling their intent to cross. And so I think there needs to be more education around that. Our Highway Safety Office has tools available where we can provide funding to municipal law enforcement agencies to do some of that enforcement. If they notice vehicles are not stopping for the pedestrian, they can issue infractions or tickets. So we can definitely work with your community if there's interest. Our Highway Safety Office Director, Joe Cristali, is here. So we can work with you to enter into discussion with Milford as to how we can educate the public. We did run an education campaign when that law changed, and we re-up it every once in a while, but I think people tend to zone it out until they're actually stopped for violating that law.
Thank you, Commissioner. And education certainly is very important. One of the things I've seen is you'll have a pedestrian walkway here, but it's easier to get to where you want to go over here. So because it parallels where the pedestrian walkway is, it's like, well, I can just walk here because it kind of looks like I'm in it, but I'm really not in it at all. So, education is going to clearly be certainly it's something very important. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just have another question. Regarding the alcohol reduction of the alcohol limit, can you tell me how many other states have done that?
Yes. Are you talking about the open container provision?
Yes, in the open container, reducing it to, I think it's 0.5%.
For point of clarification, in the bill before us is just the prohibition on open containers in the cabin of the vehicle. There's a separate agency proposal that the committee will be considering with respect to lowering the blood alcohol content allowable by law, and that is a separate provision that we'll hear at a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. So I was reading too much this weekend. That is, I also want to say, I appreciate your clarification with the red light they're going to be in areas where you've seen difficulties and where there's been excessive accidents. Certainly we need to make our roads safer especially for so many bicyclists that are out there. And walkers, and especially our youngest walkers, our children. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. Senator Austin, followed by Representative Zawistowski, then Representative McCarthy-Vahey, then Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm hoping everybody's having a nice day. I'm actually here in the building, but I am upstairs because I'm participating in 2 other Zooms at the same time. So I have just a couple of questions. When you looked at the data relative to motorcycles wearing helmets, did that break out by age at all?
It's a great question, Senator Austin. I can look and get that for you. Our staff are here. Do you have that, Joe? Yeah, I'm going to ask Joe Cristelli, our Highway Safety Office Director, to come give you that information.
Well, thank you. The person who did a lot of protesting the original helmet bill in Connecticut comes from Eastern Connecticut, and many people there feel that this is an unnecessary piece of legislation. So I'd be very interested in hearing why we want to put one more mandate on people, and then we want to make it a permanent for every age. And so I'm not yet there on that. I think that that's something that we don't really need to do. I appreciate that you have data that shows that you think it needs to be done, but I think that that's something that we need to step back and look at. The other question I have is relative to rural roads. As you know, many of the roads in my district are rural roads that, if built today, would be twice the size they are, and often snake around rivers and ledge on the other side. And so we have rules in that say that we should give bicyclists a 3-foot guideway, and we have many bicyclists that drive through the area, and we should do the same thing for pedestrians. But if we did 3 feet on either side, there would be no road to travel on some of the state roads, never mind the local roads. For example, Route 138 is a road that is very narrow, travels along the Shetucket River with a ledge on one side of it and the river on the other side of it. Is there in DOT's plan a plan to expand all of the state roads that are in your portfolio to be as wide as they need to be to incorporate the rules that we are making for roads?
Thank you, Senator Austin. I'll let Joe Cristelli, our Highway Safety Office Director, speak first on the data points on helmets, and then I'll answer that second question.
Good morning. The information I have is for.
Mr. Cristalli, could you just for name and
Oh, sure.
title for the record? Thank you.
Sure. Joe Cristalli, Connecticut Department of Transportation Highway Safety Office. The information I have is from our annual report. We have information from 2016 to 2020, and this is for fatalities and injuries. So for under 16, it's 0.7%. For 16 to 20, it's 5.8%. 21 to 24 is 12.4%. 25 to 34 is 31%. 35 to 44 is 16.1%. 45 to 54 is 14.8%. 55 to 64 is 13.8%. And 65 to 69 is 3.4%. And 69 and over is 2%.
Can you send me that data, not only with the percentage, but the numbers that it is reflecting?
Absolutely, no problem.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm still not there, though.
And Senator Austin, on your latter point, we don't currently have plans to widen all or increase the roadway capacity of all of the state roads. We have some projects looking at some rural roads where we can, make it safer for individuals to take left turns. I've been briefed on a few projects out on that we're looking at in the 82-85 corridor in Eastern Connecticut. We do things to improve safety on rural roads. There's a separate toolkit of things we can do for rural roadways, such as improving sight lines, putting signage, chevron signs when there's turns, and if there's a history of roadway departures, putting things down like high friction surface treatments down, so vehicles actually will have better adherence to the pavement. Those are some of the tools available, but also speed feedback indicators. If a car is speeding, the sign flashes and tells that individual how fast they're going. That's been proven to reduce speeding on roadways.
So thank you very much, Commissioner. And first, I forgot to say congratulations. It's a pleasure to see you in that position. But I don't think that addresses my question. My question is the bike lanes and pedestrian ways that we are putting on roads that have no sidewalks and really couldn't take a sidewalk because, again, the river is on one side and the ledge is on the other side. So I just think that we have to pay attention to that because we are putting people in a position to not be able to give that 3-foot passway for bicycles. And we have an awful lot of bicycles that travel throughout Eastern Connecticut because the roadways are simply put gorgeous. And we want them to do that, but we do need to pay attention to the fact that there is not a way to put a 3-foot on either side for these bikeways. And I just want to pay attention to what the capacity of that particular road is. I don't want to stop bicyclists from coming out and enjoying the roads in Eastern Connecticut. They love it. I just think that sometimes we're putting unable to achieve processes on people and not relative to the speeding. I think that we all want to see people slow down. Some of the roads are only 25 miles an hour, and in many cases, people are adhering to some of those speed limits. But it is that bike lane and other things that is that we don't have the capacity to do just because the road is not wide enough to begin with. And so I'd like to see if we can, looking at these roads and figuring out if there are ways to make them wider. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Senator Cohen, I believe, has a follow-up question related to that. So I'm going to extend to her that courtesy and then move to Representative Zawistowski.
Appreciate that, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the indulgence to the committee. I just, in follow-up to what Senator Austin was saying, because there is so much the department is focused on with respect to pedestrian cyclist safety, I just wonder if you could speak to, are you hiring engineers with a specialty in pedestrian and cyclist roadway, trails and byways for them? That would be helpful to understand.
Yes, so we do have a safety unit in our Division of Traffic Engineering. Our lead here is Natasha Fatu, and we are hiring more individuals to serve in there. We also just hired for the first time a dedicated Safe Routes to Schools coordinator, whose role is going to be, I think she's been on staff 14 days now, so she still needs to scope out what the program will look like, but the goal is to and she has an engineering and an education background. So the goal will be to improve safety for students getting to and from school through infrastructure changes as well as education. So that is a big component of our the way the department's headed. We also are looking at things we can be doing, such as anytime we're touching a state road, can we increase the shoulder to provide that safety for individuals who are using non-motorized transportation on that state road.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. As somebody who just witnessed the crossing guard at my child's middle school get hit by a car, thankfully she's okay, just a few weeks ago. We need to be paying attention to this for everybody's safety, but especially our children. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Zawistowski, followed by Representative McCarthy Vehy, Rep. Farrar, Rep. Carney, Rep. Smith, Rep. Mara, Rep. O'Day, and then the commissioner informed me before this meeting that he is actively recruiting a number of folks that he hopes to make offers to join the Department of Transportation. So we're going to let him go after Rep. O'Day because that is a pretty important aspect of his job right now. So Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, and thank you for being here today. Congratulations on your new position. My questions are concerning the Vision Zero Council. Couple of things. The open alcoholic beverage container. Would the council consider including open use of marijuana in that particular section as well?
No, I don't believe that subcommittee looked at that, but I can't speak for certain. And I can say our full council did not.
Okay, because I think this is something that I think we need to take a look at parity as far as impairment goes. And I think that's something that maybe our committee should take a look at as well. Thank you for that answer. The other section is on the trails. I'm very fortunate to have a piece of the Greenway coming right through my district, and we've just opened a new multi-use trail in Suffield this past year. It's heavily used, both of them. They're great to have. My concern is on the eminent domain piece. I know that you mentioned that you would not proceed with taking any property unless the town was on board. But I believe you, but I'm not sure about future commissioners. I'd like to, if the eminent domain part goes through, I'd like to see that strengthened, that the town will have to be on board with this. And I said, I believe you, but you know, you're not going to be here forever.
Yeah, I will.
Or any of us, actually.
Well, I will clarify though, anything that involves federal funds would require local support. Because it has to be supported by the Metropolitan Planning Organization they sit on, and then folded into their TIP, which then folds into our statewide transportation plan. So we as an agency cannot really do any projects with federal funds unless the local MPO is in support of that.
Okay, you did state, or one of your people stated that this is actually a clarification versus an expansion, and I think if you're clarifying the federal law, you might as well clarify that point in this legislation as well. How would and the taking would be in the commissioner's opinion of use. How would that be determined? Would that be determined by the number of projected users? You know, right now for highways and bridges, these are very high volume uses. A multi-use trail, I don't see the urgency of having to the state or federal government to have the ability to take somebody's private property in order to create a low volume trail. As much as I love the trails, it's not something that even compares to the amount of usage that you get from a highway or a bridge. How would that be determined in your opinion, since it is the commissioner's opinion, when that would be used?
Well, I'll let Terry talk about that process, but I would say some of our trails probably have more utilization than some of the local roads, which were built using eminent domain. Because it's the public good. And the trail often can provide the non-vehicular access for people to commute in many cases. So there always is a balance. We have to go through a public engagement process. We have public meetings, we collect public input. And if we have the funds available granted to us by the General Assembly to match the federal funds for this purpose, then we proceed, but we never want to go to that step. It's a step of last resort, but Terry can talk about how we actually acquire property.
Good morning. I'd be happy to walk you through the process. I'm not sure if it was your original question, but I can certainly do that.
Well, actually, my question was, how would you determine when eminent domain would be in the public good to be able to take a piece of property, somebody's personal or private property for a trail?
So the same principles would apply for a trail as it would a roadway. The same process plays itself out as far as public engagement, working with the municipalities. Once we get to a point where a decision has been rendered, then it comes to our office and we're either going to build this project or we're not. Once we dedicate the federal funds, then we again reach out to the property owners that are impacted by the construction and to pursue the property rights that we would need in order to complete the project. That duration of time from the time that we notify property owners to the time that a conclusion is reached on the acquisition can be 9 months to a year. There's valuation based on fair market value of what the property rights that we're acquiring. And certainly during the design process, a review with our agents to ensure how can we have the least impact on these properties as possible while we go through our design phase. Then when we go out and we're negotiating with them, reiterate what we're proposing, take into consideration their position in the matter, any ideas that they could bring to us that would help them enjoy the facility as well. All of those things are taken into consideration. That's why the timeline gets to be that long. And then, of course, at the end, if we reach a friendly negotiations, then we'll do the closing. If we are unable to reach a friendly negotiation, then certainly the commissioner has the authority of eminent domain to acquire the property rights that it needs. And then the process is they can file an appeal and we can, adjudicate the dollar amount at a later date.
Thank you for that. And I very much, I believe in the use of eminent domain for the public good. I just like to know how that's determined and whether or not a bike trail, whether it winds up being a public good or just a recreational trail, that's a fine line that I think we need to be able to define. Recreational use is a whole different thing from a public need. And I'm just wary of any expansion of eminent domain. And I think we just need to discuss this a little further. I do appreciate your comments today and your being in here. And thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And as you might know, Commissioner, that is not a new opinion that Representative Zawistowski has had. She was a former ranking member with me on planning and development. It's a very consistent viewpoint that she's had, and we've had numerous conversations over the years on. So I will convene further conversations with her and you as well, so we can iron out those details. Representative McCarthy-Vehy, followed by Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, if I may begin by thanking you for kicking off the legislative session this year with this topic and for your consistent leadership in the entirety of your time in the General Assembly on this issue. And I feel incredibly grateful to be serving on this committee alongside you and the Chairwoman Cohen. And I'm also grateful, Commissioner, thank you so much for being here. We are very fortunate to have a leader with your perspective and vision about these issues around safety. And so I have a couple of questions related to these bills, which I am in strong support of. I know we have work that we're going to do as we work through the questions people have. Would concur with the remarks of the good chair about Representative Salastowski's questions, but I want to start with the cameras. And there is opposition in testimony that says that the cameras don't work, right? So we go through this where we talk about evidence one way or another. So just a couple, I'm going to give you my questions and then let you answer if you would in your entirety on those. And then I have one other follow-up. With the cameras, the question I would have is how many states are already using these cameras? Why are we hearing from folks that this way of enforcement does not work? And then finally, there were questions raised in testimony from the FOIA Commission. And certainly, as our chair started out this meeting, the use of cameras in our everyday lives has become something that has impacted so many aspects of life. And the issues around privacy, equity, all of those are so important as we consider enforcement. I know that the goal of this legislation is to save lives, but we will have to face some of those questions. And I wondered if you could address that in your remarks.
Absolutely. So Natasha, would you like to come up to help answer some of these questions on the cameras, or Matt Bloom, both in traffic engineering, but I'll start. So the issue of using cameras for surveillance, I think it's important that the legislation has made clear that, it's not, it's to be used essentially just to adjudicate the citation, right? And it needs to be destroyed after a certain point. I think that's important. It's not something that's going to be kept on record, on file for a certain period of time. It's not able to be FOI'd, right? For the public to get access to these images. I think that's important. That's not the intent. The intent is to use it in a case to be able to determine whether someone violated the law by traveling through a red light, violated the red light through that intersection, or was speeding through a school zone or pedestrian safety zone. I think there is plenty of ways, it's been proven time and time again, that if you build in those safeguards, it's not misused. In every place we've looked at, there's been a significant reduction. Like I said, in New York City, over 60% reduction in speeding in those areas where cameras are active. In other places and intersections where you have red light cameras, there's a 21% reduction in fatal crashes at those intersections. So that is a significant reduction. With respect to the number of states that allow them today, Natasha or Matt, do you have that?
Good morning. My name is Natasha Fatu. I work at the Connecticut Department of Transportation in our Division of Traffic Engineering as the state safety engineer. Unfortunately, I do not have the number of states, but we can get you that information. And do want to reiterate Commissioner Garrett's earlier statement that these cameras would be used in areas where the data show there were crashes. So this would be a very data-driven use of the cameras.
If I may continue, did you have any further answers to that? I want to also say thank you for using the term crashes, and it's a move away from accident. And I appreciate that use of language. I think it helps direct us in what our actions are. Just one other question that has been touched upon in both the bill itself and in some of the questions that have come before us, which is the role of substance misuse in the fatalities that are occurring in our state in these crashes. And I think that obviously the Vision Zero recommendation to eliminate the open carry, which by the way is something many people I love and respect tremendously, are enjoying the privilege or the opportunity, I should say, to have that. But that as we look at this, you use the term public health crisis. And I certainly, as the co-chair of the Public Health Committee, agree. This is a public health crisis and too many people are dying. And how do you see us best being able to work, again, in a multi-agency approach, as was referenced at the very beginning of this conversation, to address the issue of substance misuse? Because the engineering and the enforcement and the education are all important. But there's that other piece of what do we do, not just with alcohol, but with other substances, prescription drugs and cannabis.
No, it's a great point. So I think the most recent data showed that 40% of the fatalities on Connecticut's roadways were tied to an alcohol impaired driver. That was number 3 in the country. So that's not a good top 3 to have. We need to be on the bottom 3 in terms of number of fatalities caused by alcohol impaired drivers. The only other states that were higher were Rhode Island and Montana. So that is a major concern. And that's one area where we've seen, when you look at wrong way drivers, over 80% of those crashes were caused by impaired drivers. And so it is a public health crisis. We need to work with our colleagues in the other state agencies, with Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, Public Health, to raise awareness of what's happening, because it's a choice being made to get behind the wheel when you're impaired. We need to educate individuals that they have options and they don't need to get behind that wheel. They can arrange ahead of time for a ride. They can call an Uber or a Lyft or a taxi, call a family member if they can't get home. Just planning ahead. If you want to go out and enjoy yourself, that's your right, but do it safely. Use public transit. Just don't get behind the wheel. And we need to continue to stress that. We've seen significant improvement in our state with respect to seatbelt usage across the nation, because it was an education campaign that forced a behavioral change. Unfortunately, that same shift in behavioral change has not occurred when it comes to impaired drivers, and that's what we need to address.
Thank you, Commissioner. Those are staggering statistics, and I appreciate you noting that. And I am committed to working with you and with the other agencies and our chairs to do everything we can across agencies. I will note, in your long list of folks in the Vision Zero conversation, I'm not sure if Demas is part of that, but if they aren't, perhaps they could be looped in as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Farrar, followed by Representative Carney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. Thanks for being with us. Great to see you. I also just have a question following up a little bit on the speed camera and potential red light camera usage. I so appreciate you and your fellow teammates talking about the data-driven decision-making that would go into any use of these cameras. Could you kind of speak to, especially for those of us like myself who have a number of state roads in the district, can you kind of speak to how the approach would coordinate with our municipalities if we pursue this?
Absolutely. So we would want a municipality to come to our state DOT. For instance, if there is a school zone, or if the municipality wants to create a pedestrian safety zone, there's already a built-in consultation process where they would come to the state and request those to be created. And those would then allow for the installation of speed cameras in those zones. With respect to intersections, we as a department are strongly in support of using these automated traffic enforcement devices at places with a history of crashes. We do want the local governments to take the initiative and come to us and support it. We have great relationships with their municipalities, so we want to ensure that the municipal government is in support of the installation there, comes to us, talks to us. We would do the data crunching on our side to show that there's an evidence, a history of crashes at that intersection, and sign off on the installation of those cameras.
Thank you, Commissioner. Walking through that is very helpful. I think for all of us who are engaging with our municipalities on these issues, it's helpful to know that you would be kind of looking for their leadership and that we could work with them as legislators to make sure that that connection is happening. And as you said, that the data is at the forefront of this. So that was my one question, and I appreciate your answer. And I just look forward to the rest of the hearing today and hearing from all of the testifiers. So thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Carney, followed by Representative Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's nice to see you, Commissioner. I mean, I do have, certainly questions on multiple parts of this piece of legislation, but I'm going to focus on one, and we've had conversations about this in the past, and that is the open container piece. So is there any proof that banning the use of alcohol by passengers will make anything safer?
There are differing opinions on that. I think some individuals in the federal government do believe it reduces temptation for the drivers to imbibe or engage, and it reduces rowdiness in the vehicle, which can improve safety. Others don't believe that the data supports that. But the fact remains, it's a federal rule in place that they want states to adopt. Yeah.
Okay. Under this legislation, who would be the one who gets the ticket, and would it be a primary offense or a secondary offense?
I believe it'd be a primary offense. I'm not positive on who receives the ticket, whether it's the driver or the individual. I believe it's the driver, but I can double check and get that information back.
Okay, I appreciate that. And has there been any conversation with the federal delegation on this, on the fact that we're, I don't want to say, I guess, losing money to a degree for transportation projects, but has there been any conversation with them to potentially change that law or regulation?
So we actually have had conversations with them. They did modify this provision slightly in the most recent Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. We did ask them to modify the usage. Previously, it was very restrictive. So the funds that were diverted within our formula funds to safety and education purposes could only be used for alcohol purposes. So alcohol education, alcohol enforcement. So what we did is we worked with the delegation to broaden the use to also be for drug impaired driving education and enforcement. We thought because so many users have what are called polyuse, where they'll have alcohol and drugs in their system, we didn't want to be limited just to be able to use those funds for alcohol enforcement or education.
Okay, I appreciate that. I actually have a bill. I don't know if it'll get a public hearing or not. That would take some of the sales tax from alcohol sales and provide it to the state police for drunk driving enforcement. I would like to see it move forward, but I don't know if it will. And in the legislation, I just want to be clear. So if an Uber or Lyft driver would be able to drive someone with an open container, is that right?
Yes, I believe that's how I read this 5917.
Okay. And just to move on to, I guess, sort of the reasoning or to discuss some of the fatal crashes. Do you think the increased use of drugs has played a large role in the increased crashes and fatalities in the state?
I do not believe it's necessarily one for one. When you look at the data, there are a large number of individuals who have solely alcohol in their system. The number of alcohol impaired drivers has skyrocketed when you look at the data points. Certainly, there are a large number of individuals who also have other substances in their system. It's a national trend, but I don't believe you can make the correlation necessarily drug use, because the presence of drugs in the body does not indicate that that is the impairing substance. What you can prove by looking at what's in your system is alcohol. All the other drugs, the presence of that drug does not indicate that is an impairing substance. It requires a trained law enforcement expert, like a drug recognition expert, to be able to essentially interview the offender to determine what they're impaired by, what type of substance. That's the only way to definitively tell whether someone's impaired by drugs.
So if there's a fatal crash, and the driver dies, is there a way to, I mean, let's say the driver had, I don't know, heroin in their system. Is that then looked at as an impaired driving death due to the use of heroin?
So the way we get the reports and the way we submit it to the federal government is you will have a report indicating the driver had a blood alcohol content level of over 0.08, that's flagged. And then you'll indicate, did they have drugs in the system? Yes or no, what type of drugs? So they're indicated as an impaired driver definitively by the alcohol. If there is just a presence of the drugs, they're not indicated as an impaired driver, but they are indicated that there is a substance in their blood system.
Is there any way, because I have the statistics from this past year in terms of fatal crashes, is there any way to get statistics for all crashes? I guess to see how many of them were caused by, blood alcohol level above 0.08, and if possible, anything with drugs present?
Sure, we don't test everyone, right? We do, so that we do have to test every fatal crash, but I don't believe you don't test in every crash unless, Joe, you can probably answer this, but unless the law enforcement suspects impairment, but you can answer that, Joe.
Yeah, the commissioner is correct. That is how it's handled. So if they expect alcohol was used or drugs, they will then test.
Okay. And I assume those numbers, in addition to the fatal crashes, are also up. Correct?
Yeah, that was the number a commissioner gave on 40% of impaired fatalities. So that number is around 40% of the fatalities we have involved.
What about non-fatalities, just crashes?
Crashes are up as well.
Crashes are up as well. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I to what you were saying, regarding education, I do think that would be valuable. And it's something that I'm certainly looking at this legislative session. I would like to see something. I mean, putting on a seatbelt to me, I'm a millennial, is sort of second nature. Maybe not to everybody in my age group, but to a lot of us, it is. And I think that was because of, effective advertising campaigns and safety measures and things like that. So I would definitely think that doing something like that, certainly with alcohol, possibly with marijuana as well, considering that's legal now too, would be an effective use of federal dollars. And I hope that we're able to do that. I think that would be a good thing for the state to get behind, particularly DOT, public safety, DEMAS, and all that. So hopefully, we can do something, because this trend is certainly troubling for our state. And, we don't want to see lives ruined or deaths as a result of this. So I appreciate your work on this. So thanks.
And if I may, I'll just add during so we do have an education campaign about the dangers of driving while using cannabis. It's actually during the NFC Championship game last night, one of the ads aired. So we use federal funds as well as a portion of state funds that have provided by the legislature through the cannabis bill. A portion of the proceeds goes towards education as well as training of law enforcement officers, drug recognition experts.
Thank you, Representative Carney. Representative Smith, Representative Mara, Representative O'Day. We are past the 1 hour mark, so I'd ask that we move expeditiously through this question process. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for your fine work and many accomplishments in your new position. My question real briefly has to do with, we're talking about the Vision Zero Council involving pedestrian safety. There's a situation where I'm not quite sure how it is coordinated between the state and local jurisdictions. It has to do with the section of road US 1 in my district in Devon, in the Devon area of Milford, where there are two very popular restaurants and nightclubs basically across the street from one another. And it was obvious that it's fraught with danger, especially when daylight savings time passes and it's darker longer. There have already been several incidents, and we were approached by the local retail associations, put in some kind of crosswalk. And that was initiated. That was like a year and a half ago. And what I'm discovering is that there is a lot of difficulty. The section of road on US 1 is it's a state of Connecticut road. The responsibility for a pedestrian crosswalk, though, seems to go toward the local traffic authority, and therein is the issue. I've not been able to get a lot of coordination between the state and local levels. Public Works kind of expects that they will be doing the work, although I'm not quite sure why that is. Is there anything in the Vision Zero readings on this kind of situation, jurisdictional situation, where state roads exist in heavy traffic retail areas? And what can we do to improve that dialogue between the state and local levels when it comes to this? This was decided to be a interactive crosswalk because of visibility. It comes just before you take the bridge in Stratford. It has the potential to be extremely dangerous, and I'm very afraid that before this happens, there might be an event there that we cannot recover. Do you see anything in this, Commissioner, as far as coordinating the state and local levels with regard to crosswalks and other types of traffic controls?
So not necessarily in this legislation, but we definitely can follow up with you offline. We have a whole new municipal and intergovernmental affairs unit, as well as our legislative staffer, Ann Kleza. And our traffic engineering team is here, and they heard that and they took notes. So we will follow up with you as well as Milford.
Great. I know Ann has been helping me with this recently, so I'm hopeful we can get it resolved. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Representative Smith. That's a good point to acknowledge that Ann Kleza, sitting in the back of the room, is the legislative liaison for the Department of Transportation. She is probably the first stop everyone on this committee should make if they have a question for DOT. And if we don't want to keep the commissioner here for another 3 hours. With that, we'll move on to Representative Mara, Representative O'Day, and one question from Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner. I actually can be really quick on this because it seems like a few people have had the same issues. I represent Norwalk and Darien. Norwalk, which also includes the lovely coastal Rowayton, and it has Route 136 that goes right through it. And one of the bills I had proposed this year from them was to lower the speed limit from 25 to 20 on that road. And sounds like that's not something you've talked about here, lowering speed limits on state roads. Is there a reason why you don't believe that might work, or are you thinking traffic cameras might be better with that? And then also that road is used as a bypass for trucks going 95 too. So they have a lot of near misses. No incidents yet, but I think they are definitely something is waiting to happen in that town.
So generally, my personal belief is that just placing a sign with the speed limit won't necessarily slow down the drivers. What needs to be accompanied by are other protective measures, things like a road diet or things that will narrow the lanes, cause the drivers to react where they will slow down. The legislature did pass legislation that would allow a creation of pedestrian safety zones in our state, which would allow that 20-mile-per-hour speed limit. So that's something I don't believe we've had a request from Norwalk or Darien on that topic, but we'd be happy to talk to you and to talk to those communities about that. OSTA is the entity that sets speed limits on state roadways. Joe Olet is the executive director. He's not here today, but he takes it very seriously and is he's deviated away from the traditional standard of the 85th percentile rule that used to be the standard. That's no longer the process for a lot of those decisions.
Thank you.
Representative Mara, it was a act of this legislature 2 years ago that we allowed local communities to engage with OSTA to lower speed limits down to 20 miles per hour. So there is a process in place that your local communities can work with DOT to help and OSTA to help develop. And if you need any assistance, I'm more than happy to help you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative O'Day, followed by one question from Representative Reyes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. Congratulations. I'm sorry, there we go. Picture there. I'm sorry, not there in person. Just a couple quick things that I would like a follow-up and working with the Commissioner and Mr. Chair. I'd like to be involved if we can on this legislation concerning the trying to limit fatalities in Connecticut. In particular, as it's pointed out by my good colleagues from the 23rd and the 61st about marijuana. The legislation that we passed allowing recreational marijuana included a component by which the police could not use as probable cause passengers utilizing marijuana recreationally. And Commissioner, I have been told that, well, let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of someone becoming intoxicated by a passenger drinking while they're driving?
Not if
Because I
they
have
do
not.
also consume it, no.
No, exactly. I've never heard of that before. Yet I have heard of people becoming impacted and high from people next to them smoking marijuana. And so why this body, legislative body, has precluded the ability for law enforcement to enforce sober driving if they smell marijuana from passengers, yet they can do it if they smell alcohol, they can pull a person out. It is beyond my comprehension. So the fact that this committee, I believe, Commissioner, to my colleague from the 23rd, you weren't sure whether a subcommittee of the Vision Zero group looked at marijuana as something that needed to be addressed. Is that, did I understand you correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. I do not know if the enforcement committee touched on that topic.
I gotta believe the state police or some police group gave some input or wanted to give some input on this Vision Zero task force, to this Vision Zero task force, on how we address driving while impaired in marijuana. Do you know what % of our state police, if any, are trained on identifying driving while impaired under with marijuana?
I cannot speak to the state police specifically. I can say every officer in the state who's trained to identify impairment can identify impairment. No matter what substance it is, it's still impaired driving and they can identify that. It's only after the individual is taken to custody for impaired driving do they then identify what substance they were impaired by. We do have 62 drug recognition experts in the state, and they have a call out system where if they believe the individual, they take someone to custody for impairment, they don't notice any alcohol in their system, or maybe there's another reason they suspect drugs are involved, they'll call a DRE and have them come from another community if their community does not have a DRE.
Oh yeah, so I very much would like to talk. I don't want to do that here, but I very much want to talk to the state police or any member from POST, Police Officer Standards and Training Council, and some members of this committee, because hopefully they had conversations. Because while I understand all of them, and I was on POST, all of them are trained to recognize impaired driving. They're not all trained in how to determine impairment due to marijuana specifically. At least that's my understanding. I could be wrong. So the fact that that if this discussion hasn't been had in a subcommittee, I question Vision Zero's results in any measure, frankly. But moving on to, if I will, just briefly, on the amount of money we get from the federal government, I think you had said in the opening remarks, 170 million over how long of a period of time that has been, and it's not been lost, it's been diverted from projects to education. So over that, how many years did that 175 get diverted to education?
We can get you the exact number of years. 20 years. I apologize.
It's okay. No.
20
So,
years.
so, I'm not real good at math, but 175, 20. So it's roughly 8 million or 8.75 million a year has been diverted from projects to the education campaigns. Is that correct?
Will it increase? It's a 3% of specific formula funds, so it's increased over time as our formula funds have increased. So
Okay.
we can get you a breakdown by year if that's what you would like.
No, that's fine. No, I just wanted to, that makes sense. So part of our budget, you had talked about the need for, when we were discussing marijuana, driving while impaired under marijuana, we need to educate an education committee campaign that similar to the seatbelts that changed the shift in how society views it. So what is the DOT's budget, total budget for those type of public service campaigns that includes the diversion of those 3% of federal funds into that educational fund? If you understand my question.
We do. We receive from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, we receive formula funds for education and enforcement. So I'll let Joe Cristalli, our Highway Safety Office Director, talk about that.
Hi, so the Connecticut Department of Transportation and Highway Safety Office receive federal funding from NHTSA on the highway safety, for the Highway Safety Office. We have all the funds are designated for what they can be used for. So the open container funds are section 154. And that funding we use for law enforcement, salaries at the DMV for the admin per se attorneys, Chief State's Attorney's Office for the TSRP. We also have a high school program, which we also use, which we attend probably 80 high schools a year. Choices matter for DUI. So as far as funding goes, just something I want to explain: when the funding comes over from the transfer funds, because the Highway Safety Office is in the Connecticut Department of Transportation, those funds come to the Commissioner's office, and then there's a split allowed with the funding. So each year, the split can be anywhere from 50%, 70% of the funding. So so for this year, we received $4 million, which will go towards, this is the first year the funding can go to either, as the Commissioner mentioned, for impaired driving. It used to be just alcohol. So we are now able to use that funding for impaired driving. So we have a media campaign for DUI and a media campaign for the cannabis. And the cannabis, to date, we spent $500,000 this year on the cannabis, and the alcohol is also by $500,000. We do have additional funding we're putting into the cannabis this year for a year-long campaign. Most of the campaigns are broken into segments, and we have different times of the year, the holidays, Christmas, New Year's, Super Bowl, St. Patrick's Day. But now we're trying to a little more to include the entire year for the campaigns. Funding also goes to state and local police for enforcement with this funding. I'm not sure the numbers we gave this year for the state and local police, but it's usually close to $700,000-800,000 for state police, and roughly the same for the municipalities.
Thank you very much for that detailed answer off the top of your head. I would like so I just want to make sure I understand the position of Vision Zero. You're not, the committee is not recommending that if we pass this no container law, that 3% that's diverted for education, you're not going to pull that out. It sounds to me like we want to put more money into education, not less. And the programs that I was just told about sound outstanding, and programs that I think we should put more money into, not less. So when I hear about using that to 3%, if we pass this bill that doesn't allow passengers to consume alcohol while a driver drives, and is not, because it's already a crime for the driver to drink and drive. So I would like to know that if we do pass this, and there is that 2 or 3 or that 3% that doesn't need to go into education, are we going to be cutting the education budget? Because it sounds like to me the advertising and education budget should be increased dramatically, not cut. So is it the intent of the Vision Zero committee or group to recommend that if we pass this, that 3% that goes into the education programs that we've been doing for the last 20 years at 175 million be taken out and put elsewhere?
Representative O'Day, I'm not going to speak for the subcommittee members or the other council members. I'll speak on behalf of the Department of Transportation. As this was also our agency legislative proposal, it is a federal, prescription that states should be adhering to an open container law. We do not have an intent to slash or reduce education or advertising campaigns in Connecticut. It would be a matter of working within our existing resources and reallocating those resources to ensure we continue to have the most impact on improving safety on our roadways.
Thank you. Appreciate that answer. I have a problem with doing anything other than increasing our ads budget. But look, I look forward to talking more with DOT on this legislation. And on the safety cameras, I do appreciate the DOT looking at where the accidents are and where the violations are. I don't think we need to be, if we are going to add cameras, they should go where the accidents are and where the violations are. And hopefully we'll get more police to help with enforcement as well. But thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for my questions.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. You got really close to mandatory pizza buying with that number of questions. Representative Reyes will conclude the questions for the commissioner.
Thank you, Chairman Lamar, and remind me never to go after Representative O'Day again. His one question is a paragraph, to say the least. But Commissioner, good to see you, and looking forward to meeting with you here in Waterbury. I have some safety concerns that I want to go over with yourself and your staff. As far as the red lights are concerned, the Waterbury delegation is in full support of this, and we're interested. Representative O'Day did just mention, very interested of where we're going to put these lights in fairness to the entire city, number one. And number two, you referenced, or somebody referenced here, as far as advertising dollars. What I'm advocating for here in transportation is that I would like to see what the DOT advertising budget is right now. And that could be sent to my office through Kim Taylor. And also what the budget is and where these dollars are going. And the nature of my interest is I am getting much pushback from Spanish media, not getting the advertising dollars or not getting much of the attention till we get the message out. And with the open containers, red lights, the marijuana in the cars, et cetera, we need to get this message out to all communities, especially in the language of Spanish, Commissioner. So I looking forward to having a conversation with you, in particular about safety in Waterbury, but I wanted to make sure that the Spanish media bullet point was put on notice here.
Thank you, sir. Representative Reyes. I look forward to coming to Waterbury, and we will get you that. We do have a whole Spanish language advertising campaign. Then we will get you the breakdown there.
Appreciate it, Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Lamar.
Thank you. And with that, Commissioner, that concludes the questions we have from committee members this morning. I know you have to run out for prior engagements, trying to bring in, what you have to couple hundred engineers we need to hire and some deputies and a whole bunch of folks we need to build out the Department of Transportation to take advantage of this unique moment that we have with IJA funds and built funds, but also building out a safety office and innovative financing office. You have your hands in front of you. This committee has steadfastly supported your elevation to commissioner. We couldn't be more proud than to see you in that role. And so I am deeply thankful for having chosen to move back to Connecticut a few years ago, but also for your elevation to commissioner, and thankful for your role in leading the Vision Zero Council. And I would note that of all the proposals that are inherent in the Vision Zero Council's recommendations, none of them would be novel in this country. All of them are taking best practices across the country and introducing them to Connecticut, where we are confronting an epidemic of pedestrian and traffic fatalities related to crashes that are entirely preventable. They're hard choices for this legislature, hard choices for this committee, sometimes politically unpopular, but we wouldn't be the first state in any regard to move forward with these safety measures. And I want to thank you for leading that effort. With that, we moved past Commissioner Euclid. We have exceeded the 1 hour timeline for elected officials. So we will proceed in a member of the general public, elected official, alternating back and forth between the two. With that, the first member of the general public that has signed up to speak today on the order is Ethan Rodriguez Torrent. Is Ethan available via Zoom?
He should be coming up now.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Ethan will be followed by Mayor Luke Bronin. Ethan, I see you've joined the Zoom.
Hi.
The floor is yours.
Hello, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, and members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. My name is Ethan Rodriguez Torrent, and I'm here to support House Bill 5917, an act implementing the recommendations of the Vision Zero Council. Over the past 4 years, 4 people I know personally were hit by drivers while biking in the New Haven area. All 4 of them were around my age. All of them were biking safely and legally. One of these people was seriously injured and spent months in the hospital and rehab. One of them died after being hit head on by a driver who crossed the center line. Obviously, this is not specifically a New Haven problem. As committee members, you know that hundreds of people die in crashes every year in Connecticut, and the number just keeps going up every year. I know that some of you are still grieving the loss of your own colleague, so I want to just add my condolences, and I know this is personal for you as well. I don't think that anyone believes there's like one easy solution that will solve car crashes, but the Vision Zero Council has spent a lot of time digging into the problem, and it's come up with a set of solutions, which I think if they're implemented together will make a real difference. I know that one of the most controversial parts of the bill will probably be speed cameras and red light cameras. So I wanted to speak to that specifically. Every time this comes up, there's pushback. It came up in 2012, it came up in 2020. But in my opinion, this is probably the most important part of the bill, and it's the piece that stands to save the most lives. Speed can make a life or death difference in a crash. And I think it's pretty obvious that there's a growing culture of traffic laws being ignored in the state, which has made crashes more common and more deadly over the past several years. You all drive, so I don't have to tell you that, 85 is the new 60, 45 is the new 25, and in some cases, red lights seem totally optional. We need a course correction, and what we don't need is to add more interactions with armed police in the form of traffic stops. So I think that's where traffic cameras come in. In 2011, the DC police chief credited red light cameras with reducing speeds and cutting traffic fatalities in half in that city over the course of 4 years. In Philadelphia, where speed cameras were installed in 2019, crashes dropped 36% in just 2 years. When the cameras were new, there were a lot of speeding violations, obviously, but over the course of just 9 months, those violations dropped by 90%. So what that shows us is drivers learn, they change their behavior, and the roads become safer in actually a very surprisingly short period of time. So these are just 2 examples, and I just see no reason why we can't replicate these successes in Connecticut. So I'm asking every one of you on the committee to not only advance the legislation out of committee, but to actively go on and follow it through in the General Assembly, to talk to your colleagues, to talk to your party leadership. I know there are members of the General Assembly who are concerned about these things being implemented in a way that is biased. And I think that's a serious concern, and it's their right to be concerned, but the Vision Zero recommendations draw lessons from successes elsewhere in the country, and they include strict requirements about where and how automated enforcement can be used. And the commissioner has talked about that a little bit already today. So I think it just needs to be done. Like, the alternative is just to say, we're okay with hundreds of people being killed.
Start wrapping up,
each year.
please. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I don't think we should do that. I think we should support the Vision Zero recommendations instead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez Torrent, for your time and your testimony here today. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your longstanding commitment to this issue and your advocacy in the city of New Haven and beyond. Next up is Mayor Luke Bronin via Zoom, to be followed by Patrick Moore.
Good morning. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee. I appreciate the chance to testify briefly today in support of House Bill 5917 and in particular with implementing the recommendations of Vision Zero Council. In particular, I want to express strong support for the provisions regarding red light and speed cameras. And I want to express that in addition to my own advocacy, the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities is strongly in support of this bill as well, and strongly in support of having this tool to help reduce speeding and red light running and stop sign running and the dangers that come with that. You've already heard and considered the number of crashes and incidents that happen around the state. I want to stress that we have seen a scary amount of speeding and reckless driving in our community and in community after community around the state. And it puts lives at risk. So I very much support having the ability to place red light and speed cameras at intersections that have been demonstrated to be high risk or near school buildings. And I also want to say, it is not, our community regularly calls for speed and traffic enforcement. It is not possible for police to be everywhere at all times, nor do I think it's desirable for our police to respond, to be responding all the time to traffic incidents when it is possible to use automated means of enforcement. So I urge the committee to pass this bill. This is a bill, versions of this bill have been considered in the past, but it is long past time that Connecticut municipalities have the option and have the right to set up speed and red light cameras, to collect fees from those infractions, and to assist our police with responsible enforcement. Back to this point about police, in addition to just being a question of resources and resource use, we know that there are risks associated with traffic stops, where that enforcement process can be automated, can be done in a fair and even-handed way, because it is purely a question of the speed or the red light running that the camera captures. I think that is beneficial overall for our community and will increase passenger and pedestrian safety significantly. So again, I'm grateful for the chance to testify. Happy to take any questions, and thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor Bronin, for your testimony and your leadership from the city of Hartford. I know you have experienced an increase in both fatality and serious injuries in your community, like I have in New Haven over the last number of years. We've been able to directly tie that to speed, reckless driving, red light running, issues that we can correct for by using technology that is in place in other communities across the country. I appreciate your leadership on this issue and helping bring CCM to the fore on this as well. I think this is an issue that impacts communities across the state, and I appreciate you spending your time this morning helping to educate the implications in the city of Hartford. Are there any questions for Mayor Bronin? There's a question in the room from Representative Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and great to see you today, Mayor. Thank you for everything you do for our capital city. I have a question based on the Vision Zero testimony that we previously heard from the Commissioner of Transportation, that the red light cameras would, I think the legislation is saying in these pedestrian safety zones and in school zones, and really targeted to areas where there is a high rate of accidents. And I just wanted to get your opinion, because my concern is that that sounds very reactive. Of course, we've meant to, these cameras are meant to help reduce accidents, but there could be some, intersections throughout Hartford and the state where there are a lot of offenders going through red lights. I see it every day. My commute from Newington into Hartford. And I'm not sure if there are a lot of accidents that have happened at that, up until now at that intersection. But all it takes is one serious accident for a pedestrian or crash, as Representative McCarthy Vahey pointed out earlier, is probably the more appropriate terminology. All it takes is one crash into a pedestrian, into a bicyclist, or a car that can result in serious injury or death of somebody. So just wanted to get your thoughts about if that's too reactive, waiting for a zone that has a high rate of accidents, and we should look for intersections that may just be dangerous and we need to be proactive in preventing life there. Sorry for my long-winded question, Mayor, but I just wanted to make sure that I staged it for your response. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Representative Turco. I appreciate the question. Look, I and I suspect other municipal leaders would love to have as much flexibility as possible to determine where cameras should be placed. But I understand the drafters of the legislation desire to keep it narrowly focused. And what I would say is, we have many schools in the city of Hartford, and unfortunately, we have many intersections where I think it would not be difficult to demonstrate that there is a history of crashes and of unsafe driving. So I think this bill as drafted represents a significant step forward in the right direction. But I do agree that we would benefit from having maximum flexibility. The other point that I would make is that I think for automated enforcement to be as effective as possible, it's valuable for there to be some unpredictability in where the cameras are placed. If drivers know that they only have to drive safely at a handful of intersections, then that might undermine the broader goal. So I appreciate your point. I'm certainly in support of maximum flexibility, but I also view the legislation as drafted as a dramatic and long overdue step forward.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me the question.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you again, Mayor Bronin.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Patrick Moore, to be followed by Sherry Cantor.
Mr. Chair, I do not see Patrick in yet.
Patrick, if you are watching via Zoom and wish to join us, we will come back to you. For now, we're going to move on to Paul Gianettino, to be followed by Sherry Cantor.
Paul is not in either.
All right, folks, if you signed up and wish to join us, is Paul Gianetto in person here? Not seeing that individual in person either. Folks who have signed up, I'll call your names in order. I will go back and run through those names again. You did not miss your opportunity. Please stay in the Zoom or in person. I will come back to you at a later point. Remotely, I also have Ashira Pillay from the Yale School of Medicine via remote.
No, Mr. Chair. The next person in line would be Richard Pockner.
All right, Richard Pockner. Richard, are you available?
He's coming in now.
Excellent. Richard, I see you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think the mute button was on. I'm sorry,
It certainly
Mr.
was, Richard. Before this hearing even started, I could guarantee that you'd be here and ready to go at the same time.
Well, thank
So
you.
Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I welcome the new Senate Chairwoman and all the members of the committee. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. And I'm here to speak on behalf of by the way, for the record, my name is Richard Paukner. I live in the town of Easton, and I am the legislative chairman for the Connecticut Motorcycle Riders Association, a voluntary position. I am not a paid lobbyist. I am a motorcycle rider, and I have been in this position since 1983. Okay, with that having been said, and I'm going to try to make this as brief as I can, Mr. Chairman, because you have been extremely, helpful in terms of allowing us to get our message out. I can guarantee you that all the other motorcyclists, or virtually all of them, there may be one or two that want to use their 3 minutes, but everybody else will pass. Okay, all we want to do is get our message out, communicated in a way, especially for those members that are new to the Transportation Committee and most likely have not been involved in this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Paukner. And I'm going to take the moment right now to just make sure our folks are aware of what is happening. In years past, when we have discussed the use of motorcycle helmets, the mandated use of motorcycle helmets for all ages, this building would be filled from top to bottom with motorcycle riders who felt unfairly targeted by that legislation. And the public hearing just on that one issue would take, I think, up to 6-7 hours, if I'm not wrong. What we've done is Mr. Paukner has been assigned by a series of motorcycle riding members to be their lead spokesman this morning. He represents an organization with hundreds to thousands of member individuals. We're going to extend to him an additional period of time in exchange for not having the 700 individuals that he normally could have show up today speak in this hearing. With that, Mr. Paukner, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so we are here today to discuss just one aspect with respect to 5917, and that's the proposal to change our helmet law status, which is currently required of anybody under the age of 18 to a universal helmet requirement, meaning that all riders, regardless of age, experience, whatever, would be required to wear a helmet. And I must tell you, having represented the organization on this issue for 40 years, okay, I've seen it all. And I'm always amazed at how diligent the Transportation Committee members have been to spend the time to look at this issue, because on its face, I mean, we all want to see motorcycle fatalities and injuries decline, right? We all want that. The question is, how do we get there? And it would seem apparent to most people that don't know the issue or haven't been exposed to the issue to think that, well, let's, making everybody wear a helmet, that's like a no-brainer. Well, I'm here to tell you, and I invite your questions. Please come at me with the best questions or the things that bother you most about my testimony, because that kind of dialogue is the way we move forward and we educate each other. So I guess I would start by saying that our objections to a universal helmet law lie in the fact that essentially at 40 years of evidence and testimony from our opponents just doesn't square up with reality. Now, what do I mean by that? We've got 32 states that since 1976 have eliminated in part or in full the requirement for an adult to wear a motorcycle helmet, okay? if universal motorcycle helmet laws were so effective, then you would think that after 40 years, those 32 states that don't require adults to wear a helmet, doesn't mean they can't wear a helmet, and we don't advocate wearing or not wearing. That's not the issue, okay? That's an individual's choice. But you would think that those 32 states that do permit voluntary helmet use would have dramatically higher rates of death and injuries. But that's not the case. And it hasn't been the case for most of those 40 years. In the very beginning, it took a couple of years for things to begin to stabilize. And what I mean by that is when helmet laws became mandatory in 1967 under the edict of the federal government, a lot of people stopped riding, okay? And that skewed some of the results. But I want to share with you in a very brief way, and I know I seek the indulgence of those of you who are familiar with this issue. I know Representative O'Gay, my own Senator Wong, the chairman of the committee, Representative Lamar, have been through this. But it is important, I think, for those of you who have not been exposed to the data, what exactly does the data show in the state of Connecticut? Okay, so very simply, in 1982, and by the way, I did submit written testimony. I'm not going to read it, okay? But I would ask you to read it because it really gives an in-depth, comprehensive look at where we've come from over, since 1982, right? So in 1982, while helmet law advocates were busy advocating for helmet laws, we were busy advocating for creating a rider training course in Connecticut to train motorcyclists how to better ride their bikes, how to avoid accidents. The emphasis was on accident avoidance, not injury mitigation necessarily, although the course does have a very rigorous section on why you should want to consider wearing a helmet. So what we've done, and when I say we, I mean the state of Connecticut, the DOT, and now UConn, they've compiled statistics as to the number of crashes involving just motorcyclists, the number of deaths associated with motorcyclist crashes, and the number of injuries, and perhaps most importantly, the most serious injuries, the ones that are going to disrupt people's lives the most, the ones that are going to cost the most amount of money in theory to treat and deal with. So I've enclosed that data. And again, these are not my numbers, these are the state's numbers. In 1982, and by the way, I also illustrated the number of registered vehicles, okay, because that obviously is a factor. But while the number of registered vehicles has more or less hovered between 70, I need my glasses, getting old, too old for this. While the number of registered motorcycles in 1982 was 79, just under 80,000, and now we sit at just about 88,000, relatively narrow range, okay? But in 1982, there were 99 fatalities. As the commissioner testified previously, and I don't have this on my chart because I couldn't find it, but for 2022, there were 61. Okay, might argue 61 is one too many, but I'll say I'd rather have 61 than 99. And always keep this in mind, these 40 years of numbers, we've had no helmet law. Okay, so something else is at play. Let's look at the number of serious let's look at the number of crashes that result in the most serious injuries for motorcyclists. In 1982, when we initiated the rider training program, there were 1,068. In 2021, the most recent year, 2020, the most recent year that the stats are on the Yukon website, there were 240. Now that's a dramatic reduction, okay? And all along, the point that I want to emphasize is we've accomplished all that significant reduction in crashes and injuries and deaths on two wheels, while the helmet law in Connecticut has remained essentially static, unchanged as far as adults go. Okay. Now, I'll also readily admit, and actually I'm very proud of the fact that those significant reductions, are attributable to a number of factors. Education that we push creating the program. In the early days, in the mid to late 80s, the problem was we weren't getting enough participation. So we came to the Connecticut General Assembly, to the Transportation Committee. Christine Niedermeyer from Fairfield was the chairwoman at the time, the House chair. And we got passed a bill that mandated a 10% insurance discount as an incentive for motorcyclists to take the course. Roll that forward 10 or 15 years into the 90s or late 90s, early 2000, and we ultimately revised the motorcycle licensing process to mandate that an individual seeking a Class M endorsement for motorcycles must take the course. Then we've now come to the point where there is no test anymore. The test is taking the course. And I think that is, that combined with education, with educational awareness, with, alcohol awareness, all of these public means of changing behavior have contributed to the significant decline in crashes, deaths, injuries, and serious injuries. So at the same time, we haven't had to mess with a draconian approach of basically taking away an adult's right to make that decision. And that, I really believe, in my heart of hearts, that's what this issue is really about. It's not about numbers. It's about how do you get there? Not every problem has a legislative solution, and we should not be trading off the rights of individuals to make certain choices. For example, if we're going to mandate that everybody must wear a helmet, and it's based around the fact that we can save one life, or we can save the taxpayers' money by virtue of the cost to treat an injured rider. Well, the amount of money that goes into treating injured motorcyclists is minute compared to the amount of money that we as a society are willing to subsidize and spend when it comes to people who choose to smoke, people that choose to drink too much, people that whose diets are terrible, obesity, lack of exercise. I mean, how far down the slippery slope we're going to go here? That's the real issue. And if you're going to tell me that you're going to support removing my ability to choose whether or not to wear a motorcycle helmet, then I'm going to tell you that you better be prepared to also regulate or eliminate the really high risk factors that are part of the so-called social burden. I mean, that to me is just being philosophically consistent. Okay, other than that, again, I'm going to try to keep this short, but I invite as many questions as you may have. Um, oh, yeah, okay. Here's something I want to touch on. Public support. All right, all opposition will point to the fact that, you know, we have a seatbelt law, the public accepts it, the public overwhelmingly supports making motorcycles have to wear a helmet. Well, this one really gets under my skin because what it illustrates, and I'm sure that I'm not telling you anything you don't know, it's easy to gorse somebody else's ox, right? It's easy to tell somebody, some group, that you must do this, but don't tell me what I have to do. And a perfect example of that was the ridiculous, you know, amount of opposition we just lived through with respect to the vaccines and COVID. I mean, who in their right mind wouldn't get vaccinated? Okay. I'm sure everybody on this committee did that. I did it. Everybody, most people I know did it.
Excuse
And
me,
yet-
Mr. Pockner, your time's basically up.
Well, I believe the chairman gave me a little bit more leeway than the however much time I've consumed. But if that's the case, let me just at least finish my statement.
Please
So-
proceed with finishing your statement, Mr. Pockner, and then we'll move on to questions.
Okay, very good. So my point is that, you know, the uproar over vaccinating children during the period of COVID, you know, I don't care what your position is on that one way or the other, but it just goes, my point is that when it hits home, when a certain group is affected by a mandate, okay, all of a sudden now it's, you know, it's different. It's easy to tell motorcycle riders they must wear a helmet, but don't tell me I gotta have my child vaccinated. You know, the public having that ability to make a choice, I believe, is part of our inherent fabric as a democracy and a free society. And not, as I said before, not every goal or problem has a legislative solution. If it did, we'd be living in a very, very different society. And with that, I'll leave it because I don't want to abuse the time that has been given to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pockner. I do want to again reiterate, you have for a number of terms now with me as chair and with our committee voiced the opinions of hundreds of individuals on behalf of the Connecticut Motorcycle Riders Association. And you do that having other individuals not testify at our hearing. So even though you may be just one voice today on this issue, you are representing hundreds who otherwise would have chosen to be here to testify a similar opinion to yours, but they entrusted you to represent that organization and to expedite the work of this committee. I am deeply appreciative of your ability to do that for the organization in mind. And while I think this year have a different opinion than you on what we need to do on this issue, I don't want to understate the well-held and well-established opinion that you are representing here today. I do worry sometimes when we enter into this conversation, you and I, about a way to expedite the work of the committee, that I might be undermining your argument by not having 700 people show up with you. So I just think it's important that I reiterate over and over again in this public hearing testimony that in the past on this very specific issue, this building has been filled with those who are in opposition. And I don't want folks on this committee who will be making this choice to think that that means that the opposition to this issue has decreased over time. Instead, what has happened is that you have used your ability to speak on behalf of that organization so that all those individuals didn't come up here. So I just want to reiterate that again.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I may say, I have thoroughly enjoyed working with you and your colleagues on this issue over the years. And I know you may very well be inclined to go the other way from what I'm advocating. And I respect that. Well, the only thing we've asked as a group over these 40 years is that we be given the opportunity to air the issue. And again, I mean, if the proponents of a mandatory helmet law, universal helmet law for everyone were actually supported in fact, then why is it that states without helmet laws for 40 years have, not identical, but I mean, comparable safety records in terms of crashes, injuries, and deaths? Something here on the proponent side just doesn't make sense, okay? There's no scientific evidence with respect to the efficacy of a motorcycle helmet. And again, we don't advocate not wearing one. That's up to the rider to decide. But this just doesn't add up.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry.
Faulkner.
Yeah, I didn't mean to go off on you, Mr. Chairman.
That comes with the job. I greatly appreciate it, Mr. Faulkner. Are there any questions for Mr. Faulkner? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Faulkner, for being here. I really appreciate that you spoke on behalf of your group. I did recognize a number of my own constituents that are on today's list. Just a quick question for clarification as I was reading through your testimony. Is it still that there are still 32 states that reject helmet laws? Is that correct, Mr. Faulkner?
That is correct. 32 states permit adults the choice of whether or not to wear a helmet.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll really delve through the attachments that you have to your letter. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have a question from Representative Bridger Gravalo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much for your impassioned testimony. I always appreciate hearing from someone who is actually living the life and very clearly motorcycles and your passion for that. I come from a motorcycle riding family and I appreciate your enthusiasm fully. I do have a couple of questions, just two questions for you really regarding some actual data on the subject of helmet laws. We talk about reduction in fatality all the time when we have these kinds of conversations. And related to helmet laws, there's a 33% lower head-related fatality rate compared to the states that don't have these helmet laws. But there's also a 69% reduction in head injury. Is that something that you talk about, that you take into consideration when you look at this legislation?
Well, that's an excellent question. And I'll be very honest with you. I would question that 69% number with respect to head injury. I will tell you this, you will see NHTSA, NHTSA's position is that wearing a motorcycle helmet is 38% effective in reducing head injuries, serious injuries. You know how they get that number? They look at crash data where two people are riding on the motorcycle, the operator and the passenger. Because there's no scientific way to do this if you don't want to just crash people into walls and see just how effective that device is. So they look at crashes where there's two people on the bike. And they specifically hone in on where one of those individuals is wearing a helmet and one of them is not. If the one that's wearing the helmet survives or fails to sustain a serious head injury as opposed to the person not wearing it, that's considered to be, check the box. That is evidence of the efficiency of the helmet. Now, if this isn't the most, and excuse my language, but if this isn't the most horse's ass way of doing something, I don't know what is. I mean, think about this. If I'm riding the bike and I got no helmet, right, and my girlfriend's on the back and she's got a helmet, and all right of way is violated or whatever deal runs out, we go down. Okay, I get thrown over the front of the bike and I get run over, in the next lane, I get run over by a tractor trailer. My girlfriend is on the side of the road. Luckily for her, there was no guardrail there or anything, and she walks away with relatively minor injuries. Is that, and I'm not suggesting that that scenario is widespread, but it certainly doesn't lead to the ability to put any kind of credibility into that means of determining whether or not that helmet was effective in preventing head injury or fatality. I mean, this is, there's an old saying that liars figure and figures lie. And I'm not suggesting in any way that the people that are opposition are liars. They're not, but they're advocates. And they're going to use whatever means they can to advance their position. But some of this stuff just don't, again, I keep going back to this. How can they, if what they say is actually true, then how do you square that up against, the fact that states with helmet laws for 40 years don't have significantly less fatalities or injuries based on the number of registrations? Doesn't make sense to me. Okay, and matter of fact, in my packet, by the way, there's a comparison between New York State, which is where I was born. I grew up in the city. Came to Connecticut as soon as I got out of college because I wanted to be able to ride my motorcycle without a helmet. Okay, and I'd like to think that over the years I've lived here, raised kids, served in local government, and tried to be a good member of society, that enticement was, had a good outcome. But anyway, I'm sorry, that's a long-winded answer to your question.
I'm actually going to, given your source of information, I'm going to actually pull back on my second question and just ask that if you have some opportunity to provide us with the information at a later date on how that study is performed, because that's certainly not something that I have seen. And I'm very curious about those testing methods. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. You know what? I only found that out, and I guess it was the last time we dealt with this issue in 2019. I had to dig long and hard, but I'll be happy to send that to you.
Thank you, Mr. Puckner. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Puckner, good to see you. And
Same
thank
here.
you for your advocacy. You have been truly a passionate and a consistent spokesperson for your organization. And I want to compliment Chairman Lamar for his persuasive skills and your trust in him that you are going to get a fair process and an opportunity to voice your viewpoint. So I wanted to compliment Chairman Lamar for facilitating this discussion, where we would have been here till midnight. That being said, can you explain a little bit more about the Connecticut Motorcycle Riders Association, your membership, and the mission of that organization? Because we talk a lot about it, but who do you represent that aren't speaking today, and what do they advocate?
I'd be very happy to answer that question, Senator. And by the way, thank you for that excellent public awareness effort you put on. Oh, I guess it was. I'm trying to remember which town it was, but it was in your district. It was all about.
It was in Newtown. It was on
Yes.
distracted driving and traffic
That's right.
safety.
That's right. That was outstanding. And all of the motorcyclists that came with me to that meeting came away with feeling a lot better educated about. Anyway, all right. So to answer your question, CMRA, who are we? Established in the late 70s, made up of motorcycle riders. We were initially formed to repeal the helmet law for adults, which we did. But we quickly came to discover that our agenda needed to be not a single issue agenda. We needed to embrace and do something to make motorcycling safer. And the creation of that Rider Ed program that I referenced was probably one of the biggest accomplishments we ever were able to accomplish. And I will tell you, and this also kind of bugs me, the proponents over all these years for motorcycle helmet laws for everyone, they never it got involved. All they wanted to do is focus on the helmet. They didn't want to focus on education. They didn't want to deal with getting language put into the driver's manual. They didn't want to get involved with getting a discount to incentivize motorcycle riders to take the safety course. They didn't get involved in the public awareness programs that we put out with respect to, driving safe, look twice, save a life. The public service announcements we got behind to dissuade motorcycle riders from drinking and then getting on their bikes. We actually had a program once where if you were in the bar and you had too much to drink, depending on where you lived, if we had somebody there that was able and willing to come and get you, they would. So, I mean, our agenda broadened significantly, but, our core issue will, at least my core issue, and I believe the groups, is that, we're not giving up our freedom of choice to decide whether or not to wear a helmet.
And it's interesting having an opportunity to meet many of your members. It is not what the caricature of the rebel and the wild and crazy, but responsible riders that enjoy bike riding as a pastime and recreation. And it needs to be emphasized that the people that I've met, you believe in safety, and that's important because the crux of this argument has kind of boiled down to, personal safety, traffic safety versus personal choice, right? But
Yes.
At the same time, you raised a very interesting point. And I just want to quote your testimony, your second paragraph in CMRA's forefront goal is, quote, CMRA has been at the forefront of every motorcycle safety initiative enacted in our state and strongly encourages motorcyclists to ride responsibly. And it's key to hear this. We do not oppose or dissuade the use of a motorcycle helmet. We recognize that motorcycle safety requires a comprehensive approach that most helmet law proponents ignore. We believe there are less intrusive and more substantive measures available to promote motorcycle safety than the one embodied in, I believe it's section 6 in HB 5917. So I'm reading through that and I'm saying you participated in my distracted driving program. You came away with advocating many of the things we talked about that's encompassed in Vision Zero. Would you not agree, would you say, and publicly, that most of your members support a lot of these ideas on traffic, biking, and pedestrian safety because your members are part of that population that's protected by a majority of those provisions? You just opposed to the mandated helmet requirement. Would that be correct?
Thank you, Senator Wong. That would be correct with one caveat. I'm not here to testify on the camera issue. I personally find that extremely intrusive. I do understand that, perhaps, as Chairman Lamar seemed to indicate, there may be a way to do this selectively and effectively. But, Vision Zero, I applaud them for their goal. I don't necessarily applaud them for everything they are advocating. There's a limit in a free society. If we want to eliminate traffic, if we want to eliminate all traffic fatalities, obviously that ain't going to happen, right? That doesn't mean we shouldn't try to mitigate or reduce them. But the ends don't always justify the means. I've always believed that in life. whether it's my professional life as a CPA in Greenwich, or whether it's, my life on two wheels as an advocate. How we get places matters. And I'm no Legion libertarian, but to me, that's important. And I think it's important to most people in the state of Connecticut.
What do you take on the fact that 32 other states also reject a mandatory helmet law? I mean, look, for me, I if I rode a bike and I don't, I would be wearing a helmet, but that's my own personal choice. But what is your thinking of why possibly 32 other states continue to reject helmet laws as it's being raised multiple times? Why do you think that?
That's a great question, and I'll give you a great answer. Because there's no evidence to suggest that in those other 18 states that require mandatory helmet use by all riders all the time, that it has accomplished anything superior in terms of enhancing motorcycle safety, whether you're measuring it by the number of crashes, the number of deaths, or the number of serious injuries. That's why, I hate to repeat myself, but the advocates for this type of legislation, they're going to come at you and with all kind of statistics they've got, but it doesn't make sense. You can't have it both ways. It's either, it's either consistent or it's inconsistent. Ask them to answer that question, okay, and see what kind of answer you get.
One last question. Obviously, accidents and injuries that occur without helmets or even with helmets from motorcycles are an important reason to consider, and it is extremely important for us to have conversations about this. But motorcycles are less of a full-scale vehicle, unlike a car, and I would dare say, looking at the data, if any injuries were to occur, it is strictly on the cyclist. Would that be correct based upon your knowledge?
Yes, yeah, right. In other words, it's not the car driver that's at risk, it's the person on the two wheels, definitely.
And that's, again, back to a personal choice, right? As you will hear, many of the justifiable advocates talk about safety, but I think the key point is, it is the personal decision of that cycle rider. And let me be clear, even by reading your statement, you support the idea of helmets, nor do you dissuade people not to wear them, but ultimately you're focused on personal decision. And I think that comes to the point that I think you've repeated many times, and allow me to summarize, if it's correct, is it's a individual's personal decision to assume that risk. I wish they would protect themselves, but nevertheless, I would like to tell people not to smoke, not to drink too much, not to take cannabis. But ultimately, we as a legislative body says people have choices and they can make determinations. Would that be a good basis of argument from where you are coming from?
Absolutely. You've summarized that exactly the way I would have stated it. And by the way, let me just mention that every time I see Senator Wong, he has made a point to grab me by the arm and say, wear a helmet, Richard. And I appreciate the fact you care enough to say that, because it's well-intentioned. I appreciate the fact that ultimately I'm the one that makes that choice. But thank you.
Well, I can support it. I believe in it, but nevertheless, I think part of it is, Richard, you like the idea of your hair flowing in the wind. So, but nevertheless, I appreciate your passionate advocacy. There you go. And I want to thank Mr. Chair for giving me the opportunity to ask these questions. And I will end by saying I appreciate the trust and the confidence you have in the chairman's ability to know that you're going to get a fair shake and a fair process. And that's a compliment to the chairman. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Denning. Representative Denning, you have your hand raised and you are on mute. Do you have a question for Mr. Faulkner?
Yeah, Mr. Faulkner, I have a question for you. I have a brother who died from a motorcycle accident, although he lived for 36 years with locked-in syndrome after the accident. And I thank the taxpayers of Tennessee and the United States who paid for his care. And my question to you is, with that freedom to choose what you want, do you not have the responsibility then to make sure that you either refuse health care or protect with an adequate insurance policy that would cover your health care in case something horrific were to happen?
Okay. First of all, I'm sorry for your loss. I will tell you that that accident occurred in Tennessee. Tennessee has had a helmet law since 1967. I don't know how long ago that crash occurred, but more likely than not, it was during the time period when helmets were mandated.
They were. He was wearing a helmet.
Okay, all right. So that makes the point that, you know, here's an example of a purported solution, make everybody wear a helmet, thinking that we're going to cure or solve, you know, the issue of deaths and you know, and serious injuries. And there's one example where, unfortunately, that didn't work. But to your question, sir, first of all, I would point out that motorcyclists have been shown, and there's reference to it in my testimony, my written testimony, to be as much insured as the rest of the motoring public is concerned. We are not overly reliant on Medicaid or Medicare to pick up the slack. No, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but what I'm saying is no more or less so than other users of the road. You know, we just don't want to be singled out with criteria that we're not willing to impose upon other users of the highway. So, I mean, are we required to have insurance? Yes, we are. You know, if you're asking me, would I sign my rights away to care if I can't afford to pay for it because I made a choice not to wear a helmet? No, sir, I would not. Not unless you're going to make that same request and mandate for any other user of the highway to do the same. If they're not wearing a seatbelt, if they're found to be, you know, over the 0.08 limit, if they were driving recklessly, which, you know, now with Big Brother and the cameras, may be easier to figure out. So that's the best answer I can give you, sir.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Faulkner, again for your testimony today and for your steadfast advocacy before this committee and on the issue you care about and your ability to represent hundreds of motorcycle riders across the state of Connecticut. Thank you again.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Chairman, may I just close with a 30-second statement? Many of you probably don't know that we agreed back in 2019 to accept an increase in the age limit as to when a adult rider has to wear a helmet, moving it from under 18 to under 21. And the reason we acceded to that, and there was a lot of dissension in our group on this, but ultimately we came to the conclusion that that's not a debate over the helmet law. That's a debate over what is the age of majority. Because again, it's always comes down, at least from our perspective, to principle. And we stand by the commitment we made back in 2019. I'm sorry, we stand by the commitment we made to the chairman in 2019, that if you feel that there's a need to raise the age limit to under 21 from under 18, we will not oppose that.
Thank you, Mr. Faulkner. That was an important conversation you and I had now 4 years ago. You are correct. And we thought we had a compromise in place at that time. And it may be worth revisiting again in this instance as well. I appreciate your willingness to reiterate that conversation that we started a number of years ago. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
With that, thank you for your time again today. And the next up is Sherry Cantor, to be followed by Ashira Pillai. Ashira, I might be pronouncing that name wrong. You're number 9 on the registry for today. So next up is Mayor Cantor.
Hi, sorry, I am now, I could not be on video anymore. Sorry about that. I'm in transit. So I appreciate your time, Chair Lamar and Chair Cohn and all the members of the committee, and your commitment to your service and your commitment to the safety of all Connecticut residents. I am the mayor of West Hartford. And I want to applaud you for bringing forward and all the work that you do and bringing forward the Vision Zero Council and the work that's been done. The commissioner had some really great things to say, and I applaud him for his efforts and partnership, because we need the state to join us. Representative Farrar had asked the question on the roles of municipalities and state roads and how that would interact. And I understand that this will be a very close partnership and how important that connection will be. I want to just highlight the fact that this is, and I'm so sorry because I was all organized and now because of the time I had to run. But this is a public health crisis, and we have seen a significant increase in deaths, and West Hartford experienced a truly tragic week. One death is too many, one serious injury is too many. And in a 1 week period of time, actually it was less than a week, we experienced 5 deaths. They were disparate. They were not there was not one cause, one location. They were all unique and different. And so I think what that highlights is the importance for the various tools in our toolbox, and how necessary it is for us to have a thoughtful approach from a variety of things. And what I think is wonderful about HB 5917 is those sections, the section 16 through 20, allowing the municipalities to authorize the use of automated traffic enforcement safety devices in school zones and pedestrian safety zones that the town actually determines are high risk, right? And so, and the same thing with intersections. And for us with state roads, it might be a data point with the state that we can review and make sure that we are addressing the areas that have been very risky. I also want to talk about section 15. When developing the 5-year transportation plan, DOT shall examine proposals from Equity Subcommittee of Vision Zero Council and consider infrastructure that specifically protects vulnerable users of the highways, including pedestrians, bicyclists, and persons who have disabilities. And I would also add motorcyclists to that as well, being a vulnerable riders. So how important that is in looking at those intersections and those capital investments, and making sure that they are addressed at that time and be forward thinking. So I'm happy to take questions, but I just wanted to thank you for your work. I support this, and I will agree with Mayor Bronin in that we do. Enforcement is really important, and we don't have the staff. When I don't know if people know, but even speeding tickets the revenue goes to the state and not to the municipalities, where the enforcement is, that's where the enforcement happens. So our police officers are stretched, and we need various tools to make sure that we are making our roads safer by keeping people within speed limits and not running red lights and behaving in responsible ways. And we think enforcement's an important tool. So the technology would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Cantor. Thank you for testifying here today. There's a question from Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mayor, for being with us in transit. I am also in transit, but I am safe and pulled over. So thanks for taking a moment to answer a question I have. I appreciate you sharing, again, just the tremendous losses that we have felt, particularly in West Hartford in the last several weeks. And I know that the town is, really taking action and looking to the state as a partner. I did want to follow up on, particularly, I know there are several areas of town, particularly in the 20th district on our state road of New Britain Avenue, where the town has been working very thoughtfully about how we create more housing, how we create more sustainable development, and really kind of taking steps so that we can look forward, not just for who we are now, but making sure that we're meeting so much of the housing need that's in our region and our state. And I know part of that is I get a lot of questions, and you do as well, about how do we keep our roads safe with so many potential additional residents and development that's going on. And one of the things that often comes up is how we're kind of working as a state municipality. So I'm curious, when you've looked at some of these recommendations, are there any that you feel like need to be more proactive so that we are, again, kind of addressing what we're trying to do as a town, particularly around housing development?
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Farrar. And yes, we have seen a lot of of concern on traffic, and many of them are at state road intersections, and we need that cooperation. I would just say that when we're adding housing, oftentimes the interest has been in walkability within areas that have some kind of commerce. It's very interesting that the development that we have interest and we have approved are areas that really are served by commercial districts. So there is this strong, they're really strong interest in having people walk for coffee, for dinner, for shopping, groceries, whatever that may be. And so we adopted Complete Streets almost a decade ago with that, the interest of all users. The state hasn't necessarily had that same priority, although I will say the commissioners, all of the commissioners' messaging and work has been in that space. So I'm really ecstatic to hear many of the things that he's focused on. So I think it's a partnership that I would emphasize, that the strong partnership in doing things in a short-term way. When we adopted a Vision Zero task force January 10th, after we had been talking about it, and then after this horrific week that we had, this tremendous amount of loss, we enacted it, and we had the thought that we will do a modeling of certain things and try them out. We will throw a planter in a road if we need to narrow a road and maybe slow things down and see how people behave. And that's what I would encourage the state to do as well, to not maybe, I always talk about the government of probability versus possibility. Let's take the probability piece of it out a little bit and try some different things. And again, what I urge is the state partnership and working with us to try some things that might be a little unconventional and see how drivers behave and what we can do to slow that traffic down. Many of the accidents are speed related. So that is a really important thing. And a lot of it is road design. We've thought about things in moving cars and not necessarily in moving cars safely and moving and interacting with people and bicycles and motorcycles and all of the users we might have on the road. And surely for people that might take longer to cross the road, that are navigating with a variety of disabilities. So I would just say, let's be creative about some of the solutions that we pick and choose, and maybe not just stick to some of the same conventional fixes that we've had before. So I don't know. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate your advocacy and all of our residents. And this is just the beginning. So as you said, I look forward to future conversations with our town and the commissioner. And thank you to the chair for the time.
Thank you. And thank you again, Mayor Cantor, for your time this morning. It's almost afternoon. Next up is Ashira Pillai, to be followed by Carol Platt-LeBeau, and then Mayor Simmons.
Hello, my name is Ashwarya Pillai. I'm a fourth-year student at the Yale School of Medicine, and I've been a student here since 2016. In the time that I've been a student here, 2 people have died in the intersection right in front of the hospital. And there have been over 50 crashes at either that intersection or ones adjacent to it. And as a pedestrian and a bicyclist in New Haven, I have observed traffic violations many, many times. And time again, it seems that it's occurring because there just isn't any enforcement of the laws themselves. I mean, just yesterday, as I was walking to the hospital, I was crossing a crosswalk during a green light, ample amount of time. And I almost got hit by a car that was turning red or turning right on a red light. And my first thought was, I can't believe that there isn't a don't turn right on red sign. And I looked back and there were 3. And so I think that's one example of violations of traffic laws that just aren't being enforced. The number of times I've seen cars run red lights, the number of times cars have made illegal left turns is just insane. And I think that section 16 to 19 will be really, really helpful in enforcing the laws that are putting pedestrians and putting bicyclists and motorcyclists at danger. The fact that the traffic lights and the cameras to monitor red lights being run and to enforce speed are going to be put in high risk areas, I think is very important to note. They're not going to be put in every traffic signal. They're going to be put in places that have demonstrated time and time again that they are high risk areas. And I appreciate that privacy is important, but I think that if an area has proven itself to be a place where people disregard the rules, then that region has, lost its right to privacy if it's coming at the risk of people being permanently injured or dying. As a medical provider in the hospital, I have been in the emergency department when many of the victims of these accidents have come in. I've watched someone come in from a motorcycle accident, not wearing a helmet. Their entire skull was caved in and they had to have part of their skull removed, had to have part of their brain removed. They are unable to function at nowhere near the same level they were before. And again, I don't think it's simply because they weren't wearing a motorcycle helmet. I don't think it's simply because of a lack of traffic enforcement, but I think that the proposals within Bill HB 5117 all attack the issue from various angles that, when working synergistically, will allow for fewer accidents to happen. And I think a point that was made earlier is important. It's not just about the deaths that are resulting, it's about the disabilities that are being caused by a lack of enforcement, a lack of adherence, and a lack of the proper precautions being taken. And I think that sections 11 through 13 are also very important. It's very hard to ask someone to stay up to date on laws
Excuse me,
and
Ms. Pillai,
regulations.
just a heads up here at the 3-minute marker.
Okay, it's hard to stay up to date on laws and regulations that are constantly changing. So having a set time where people are required to watch something and prove that they are up to date is, I think, something that would be very helpful, not because people are remiss to do it, but just because if it's not at the forefront of their minds, they won't. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pillay, and I do apologize for getting your name wrong at the beginning of that. I do appreciate your testimony here today. I'm very familiar with the intersection that you referenced, that you traverse on. It seems like a pretty frequent basis, given where you work and where you live. And that intersection itself, as you referenced, has been the site of numerous serious crashes, including 2 fatalities of individuals who were just walking home from work.
One of whom I was actually in the emergency department as a provider for in 2020, and that was truly horrifying.
And we're neighbors, you and I represent that district, and we've seen quite a bit in New Haven over the last number of years. It's happening across the state, across the nation, frankly. And the recommendations that are before us are controversial, but they're in place in other states that have seen remarkable decreases in the very instances that we've been talking about. And so I do appreciate your willingness to come here, share your firsthand experiences, both as a pedestrian just trying to walk home from work at night, but also your experiences in the emergency room and what you've seen. I appreciate the time that you spent here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Carol Platt LeBeau, to be followed by Mayor Caroline Simmons.
Good morning. I'm Carol Platt LeBeau, the president of Yankee Institute. We're a public policy organization committed to empowering Connecticut's people to forge a brighter future for themselves and their families. I'm here to testify against House Bill 5917. First, giving the Commissioner of the State Department of Transportation the power to seize private land by eminent domain to create bike paths is an abuse of the eminent domain power. Eminent domain is supposed to be used sparingly and only for a public purpose. The term public purpose has generally meant development of land to yield a diffuse public benefit. Here, there is no public need to take private property. These bike paths are for the recreational use of a single group, cyclists. Abusing eminent domain to favor elite groups is exactly what prompted the public backlash in the Kelo versus New London case. It can also be costly to the government if its victims have the resources to go to court. Above all, the people of Connecticut deserve to know that their property rights are secure here in our state. The legislation also enables the implementation of automatic traffic enforcement safety devices, otherwise known as traffic surveillance cameras, to monitor motorists. These devices should be out of the question for those who embrace an equity agenda. ProPublica and others have demonstrated that such cameras have a racially disparate impact. Studies also indicate that the cameras can increase the number and severity of traffic accidents. Finally, I think it's worth noting in a representative democracy that everywhere these cameras have been tried, people hate them and see them as little more than government money grabs. Finally, constant monitoring by law enforcement is simply unbecoming of free people. Connecticut's residents shouldn't be treated as presumptive lawbreakers subject to ongoing government surveillance. The people of Connecticut have the right to be secure in their property and to go about their lawful business without being watched. An act implementing the recommendations of the Vision Zero Council runs counter to the way Americans should expect to live. And that's why we at Yankee Institute respectfully urge the legislature to reject House Bill 5917. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Platt LeBeau. Are there any questions? Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is more of a comment than a question. I just want to thank you for bringing up the idea of public use versus public purpose, which is the point that I was trying to get to, about talking about whether or not the trails would be used for recreational purposes or transportation. And I think there's an important distinction to make. I also wanted to mention, thank you for bringing up the red light cameras, which I didn't want to take too much time today, but I've opposed those in the past. And I appreciate your stance on that. So thank you for coming in today.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Don't run away yet.
Oh, I'm here. Delighted to be back in person with you all.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Carol. Good to see you. I apologize that I am not there in person, juggling multiple Zooms, but it's good to see you. Just a quick, brief comment to thank you and make sure that you were able to get through all of your testimony. I've gone through most of your testimony, and that concerning the eminent domain issue. I just want to make sure that you got to go through everything that you wanted to get through.
Those are the major points. And as always, we're delighted to work with anyone from any party, anytime on these issues. But again, Representative O'Day, I just want to emphasize what an extension of the traditional eminent domain public use provisions this would be. And I understand it's become, somewhat au courant, and a couple of other states have tried to do it. But I think it's a much more difficult argument to make in light of the traditional jurisprudence on public use in the eminent domain context.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome. And I am also on Zoom as well. But can you kind of share again? You're speaking and representing an organization. Could you just share with the broader audience the mission statement of what the Yankee Institute's focus is, and how it adds weight to the discussion of the eminent domain concern, and also the kind of viewpoint of balance between government oversight versus individual rights, kind of a blend of libertarianism with economics. So if you could elaborate what the Yankee Institute means, because sometimes in the General Assembly, we get different interpretations of what your mission and goal is.
Of course. We are here first and foremost to serve the people of Connecticut. And we advance principles related to smart, limited government, fairness for taxpayers, and an open road to opportunity for all the people of our state. And we are, of course, characterized in a variety of different ways. But I think what does motivate most of the people who are kind enough to partner with us is a commitment to getting the right balance, because, of course, all of us need to live in a society that is one of ordered liberty, and the ordered and the liberty are both very important.
Thank you, and I appreciate reading your materials and your policy briefs. They're insightful. They beget discussion. So I appreciate the good work of the Yankee Institute. And with that said, I appreciate your commentary on 5917 and its impact. Are there parts of Vision Zero that you do like?
We are waiting to see what actually makes it through the legislative process, but I do appreciate the vision's goal of trying to work in good faith to improve safety across our state. Safety is obviously an important issue, and everyone I know has had a tragic experience, either themselves or someone near and dear to them being involved in a crash. My daughter was involved in a crash. And so all of us take seriously the responsibility to weigh the concerns on both sides. It's just that, my experience has been that things like traffic surveillance cameras start off in very limited contexts, and then they tend to spread. And I think it's important. There are a number of other things that can be done, Senator Wong. For example, traffic studies, and a lot of the reductions in fatalities that are sometimes attributed to traffic cameras are actually, in fact, due to better car and medical technology saving lives. And so I think it is very important that although all of us share the same goal of wanting people to be safe and, you know, to see fewer tragedies across our state, it's important to look at a number of things, including the precedents we're setting and other matters that perhaps don't spring as readily to mind when we're looking at situations that are heartrending.
I appreciate hearing that perspective, and my hope was that that your daughter is okay, and
Thank God
you
she is.
fully
That's kind of-
understand
yes.
the risk and danger that Vision Zero is trying to accomplish, and there is going to be challenge. There'll be discussions, but I'm appreciative that you share that the goal of pedestrian and traffic safety is important, and it is at a danger level that is that cannot be, you know, continued. So I appreciate hearing that, and I appreciate continually getting your input to how to make an important bill better. But most important of all, I appreciate the good work of the Yankee Institute and your efforts as well. So thank you very much
Senator.
for being here, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I just want to emphasize our disagreement is not with the goals. What I think it's important for us to look at is the means being implemented to achieve any goal, however laudable.
Thank you, Ms. Platt-LeBeau. Seeing no further questions, thank you again for joining us in person today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great to be back.
Next up is Mayor Caroline Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chairs Cohen and Lamar, Vice Chairs Lopes and Berger Gavallo, Ranking Members Wong and Kennedy, and all members of the Transportation Committee. Great to see you virtually. My name is Caroline Simmons. I am the mayor of the city of Stamford, and also speaking today in my capacity as a CCM board member in strong support of House Bill 5917, an act implementing the recommendations of the Vision Zero Council. I want to start by thanking the entire Transportation Committee, as well as the DOT Commissioner and the DOT team for all of your support for Vision Zero and for your commitment to making our streets safer for pedestrians statewide, because this is a horrific crisis that we're facing across Connecticut. In Connecticut and across the country, we've seen an alarming rise in the number of pedestrian accidents and fatalities. According to the Governor's Highway Safety Association, in 2021, nationwide, drivers struck and killed an estimated 7,485 people on foot, the most pedestrian deaths in a single year in 40 years. In 2021, there were 285 traffic deaths statewide in Connecticut, and that number rose to 354 as of December 2022. Whether you live in a small town or a big city, pedestrian safety is impacting all of us, and that is why I'm testifying in strong support of this bill. The city of Stamford experienced a tragic loss 2 months ago when 2 pedestrians were tragically struck and killed by a driver who was under the influence and driving 86 miles per hour on Washington Boulevard, which is a state road that's one of the main corridors in our city. In fact, last year, the city of Stamford had 6 fatal crashes and 5 total pedestrian deaths, one of the highest in recent years. And all of these pedestrian fatalities occurred on state roads in our city. This is why one of my administration's top priorities is to enhance pedestrian safety, to invest in our city's infrastructure, and to make the city of Stamford more pedestrian friendly. I signed an executive order in September 2022 establishing the Stamford Vision Zero initiative. I'm proud that our city was the first municipality in Connecticut to do this, and also want to applaud and commend West Hartford, who just committed to the Vision Zero policy as well. The city of Stamford's Transportation, Traffic, and Parking Department is focused on incorporating the safe systems approach to all projects that we do in our city. So we currently have over 20 pedestrian safety pilots that we're doing across the city, where we plan to pilot projects including bump outs, left turn calming measures in our downtown, and other measures which we know will enhance pedestrian safety. However, many of our accidents occur on state roads. Therefore, we cannot achieve our Vision Zero goals alone. And we need the support and partnership of the State Department of Transportation and other statewide stakeholders. And again, very much appreciate the Transportation Committee's partnership in this effort. This bill, HB 5917, underscores the commitment of leaders like all of you and state agencies on this important issue. And we applaud your commitment to pedestrian safety across our state. In particular, the bill's requirement that municipalities adopt complete streets prioritization and a comprehensive safety action plan are commendable, as well as the commitment from the DOT and desk commissioners to enhance safety and enforcement on our roads.
Excuse me, Mayor Simmons, just a heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker.
Thank you, Chair Lamar. And I will just wrap up to again applaud the committee. I thank you for your commitment to Vision Zero principles across our state and urge the committee to vote for this bill so that we can save lives and make our streets safer for all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we've spoken a few times in the last month or so, particularly after the events that happened on Washington Boulevard in Stamford. I know you've reached out to the Department of Transportation as well. And I know there's a commitment from a lot of folks to help you address what you have recognized for years, which is a dangerous corridor around Washington Boulevard. And it's a state road. I personally have a greater responsibility to ensuring that the future of that road, as well as so many across our state, are designed better, that are respective of all types of users who are wishing to traverse just on their way home, to work, to school, to local places of enjoyment. And you have my commitment to address that intersection as well as so many across the state. And I applaud you on taking the initiative to establish a Vision Zero Council in your community. You set the standard for a lot of communities across the state. And I just want to say thank you again for the leadership you've exhibited in these last few weeks. With that, there are a number of folks who have questions for you. I guess they miss seeing you up here, and now via Zoom, they're going to get their chance to ask you a few questions. Rep. Michelle, followed by Rep. Berger-Gravalo, and then Rep. O'Day. Rep. Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mayor Simmons, for coming to speak in favor of this bill. I also wanted to reiterate that Washington Boulevard has been called the Boulevard of Death for over 30 years. And and I also know that the Stamford delegation is working hard on trying to push for traffic safety. So I just wanted to put that out there, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rep. Berger-Gravalo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mayor. It's good to see you up there. I just have one question for you, knowing that you are certainly someone who represents your constituents by engaging with your constituents. Do you have some sort of feel about the support for either 5917 on the whole, or for the content within, whether addressed as subject of a bill or not? Do you have can you speak to the support that you would have within your own community for the bill at large?
Sure, and thank you, Representative. Great to see you virtually. And absolutely, we have strong support from our residents as well as different community groups in the city of Stamford, including People Friendly Stamford, who've been longtime advocates for making our city safer for pedestrians, and a number of constituents, a number of parents have advocated and reached out to our office directly, calling for improvements in pedestrian safety in our city, specifically calling for more enforcement. And so a number of the things that this bill does is to increase enforcement capabilities and add more tools to our toolbox for enforcement. In addition, residents have called for safer streets from a design perspective, which is why I applaud this committee's work in this bill to ensure that municipalities are adopting the complete streets approach, because we know engineering and the way we design streets is a big part of this too. And the way we design streets can help slow drivers down, which can help reduce the amount of pedestrian fatalities. So absolutely have heard significant support from residents for many aspects of this bill, and applaud the committee for the leadership in wanting to implement these statewide, because a number of cities and towns are facing similar challenges.
Thank you so much for that. I know that in my community, which may not be as large as yours, there is the same kind of expression of support for this type of legislation. So thank you, and very good to see you.
Thank you. Great to see you as well.
Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Reyes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Mayor. As you know, and you and I have discussed, that horrible accident on Washington Boulevard happened right out front of my office. I walk that intersection at least twice a day, sometimes 4. and it was tragic. And so I'm looking forward to working with you. My issues with this legislation, to be honest, the Vision Zero, I don't know exactly what your Vision Zero group looked at with regard to the operating with marijuana in the system and the use of marijuana. I don't think it's an accident that with the increase in use, we're going to have an increase in accidents of recreational marijuana and operating vehicles under the influence of marijuana. I just think it's going to happen. So I'm just making a statement. My goal here is to get the Vision Zero legislation to include more focus on marijuana use in the operation of motor vehicle and preventing it. And the fact that the legislation that got passed for recreational use specifically eliminated the smell and observation of marijuana by use of passengers to not be allowed to be used as probable cause. I have a big problem with. I did when it came out on the floor, and I'm going to continue to hammer that issue because I think it's making our towns less safe. But I just wanted to say thank you for appearing here today at the meeting, and I look forward to working with you going forward as your newest state representative representing Stamford. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Rep. O'Day. And just to respond, we're thrilled to have you as part of the Stanford delegation. Thanks for your advocacy, along with Rep. Blumenthal, Rep. Michelle, as well, who are on this committee. We're grateful to have your leadership, and absolutely appreciate the advocacy because that's an issue that our PD is looking at. And so applaud Section 14 of this bill that encourages the public awareness campaign around driving while under the influence of over-the-counter drugs with an emphasis on opioids and cannabis, and look forward to working with you as well as our PD on that as well.
Thank you, Representative Day. And Representative Day, if I knew you were on the Stanford delegation, I may not have let Rep. Michelle on the committee. That's 3 members from Stanford. I don't know that that's a Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Representative Lamar, Chairman Lamar. First of all, let me thank Mayor Caroline Simmons for advocating for this bill. And I do too have some concerns on that the bill 5917 is may not be, in my estimation, the perfect bill, but I think it's a start, and I think it's something worth having a conversation. She's referring to Washington Street in Stamford, and I have the same situation with South Main Street, which is a state road in Waterbury that has had many accidents over the 40 years I've been in that area. And I'm very concerned because we now just recently added a beautiful walkway in that particular area that before we even did the ribbon cutting, already a car has skidded across the walkway and smashed through the beautiful wooden fence. So these are the conversations that I want to have with Department of Transportation. So I'm also concerned about the state road in Waterbury, and very concerned about the distracted driving, the high speed that I see on that road. It's a curvy, windy road, and we as a delegation have a lot of work to do with addressing these type of state roads that have been, I won't say neglected, but probably not given as much attention as they should have, because as recent as last year, we had a fatality there where somebody died on that road. So I am very interested in any delegation that's going to help improve public safety here in the state of Connecticut. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And thank you again, Mayor Simmons, for your time and your advocacy on this issue. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you, Chair Lamar. And Chair Lamar, I neglected to give a shout out to Representative Khanna as well from Stanford. So you've got 4 of us on your committee from Stanford. I appreciate all your support and as well as your leadership on Vision Zero. And thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you again. See you soon. Next up is Paul Giannatino in the room. Is William Bacone in the room? Both signed up to speak in person. I'll come back to you one more time. Abigail Roth via Zoom.
Abigail Roth is coming in now.
Ms. Roth, the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you all so much for holding this hearing today. And I wanted to, and listening to my testimony, very strong support of this legislation. Because of the time limit, I'm going to focus my remarks on automated enforcement, which I think is the most impactful part of this bill. I'm very grateful that you all created the Vision Zero Council 2 years ago, and for all your, it's critical to do as much as we can to eliminate all transportation-related deaths and serious accidents, injuries in the state, and for the work of the DOT. Unfortunately, since it was established, traffic-related fatalities have increased. According to UConn's crash data for last year, 385 people died from traffic accidents. That's more than one per day in our state. And that's up from 302 the previous year. And I just want to take a moment to say, I'm so sorry that you all recently lost a beloved colleague to traffic violence. You therefore appreciate all too well, these aren't just statistics, these are real people with families and friends. And this loss of life at this level is unacceptable. The reckless driving behavior I see in New Haven, which is where I live, is maddening. If you're skeptical about automated enforcement, I ask you to please spend 10 minutes at the intersection of York Street and South Frontage Road, where an earlier person spoke about the driving there, before you vote on this bill. So many drivers there are speeding and running red lights there and all across the city and state. And that's because there's minimal enforcement and nothing deterring them from putting lives at risk. Until we redesign our streets statewide to calm traffic and protect vulnerable road users, the only way to significantly reduce the number of people killed is to increase enforcement. However, increased in-person enforcement isn't the solution. Beyond the fact, as you've heard today, that our police departments don't have the resources to focus adequately on traffic enforcement, it's painfully clear that in-person enforcement far too often is biased against and dangerous for brown and Black individuals. To change behavior and save lives, we need to thoughtfully implement automated enforcement, a proven approach to improve traffic safety. 18 states use speed cameras, 22 use red light cameras. To give one example, data from New York City demonstrates that cameras do change behavior. More than half of all drivers who receive the first violation never receive another. When cameras recently went from being activated only on weekdays to being 24/7, traffic deaths fell by 32%. This bill contains elements to address past concerns with cameras, including where they can be placed, and also to that the money goes to infrastructure improvements. So an earlier person criticizing them said it's a money grab. It clearly isn't. It's going to infrastructure improvements. And to address any concerns with issuing tickets where speed limits recently were lowered, an easy solution would be just to have a pause. Say, for example, 6 months you have to wait if speed limits were lowered before installing a speed camera. To address any concerns about people, a very real concern, who can't afford fines, consider removing the fine for a first violation, replacing it with an educational video showing the dangers and the impact on victims' families. Ultimately, though, if people want to avoid paying fines, they shouldn't run red lights and drive more than 10 miles per hour over the speed limit. It is not okay to drive recklessly and put people's lives at risk. The concern about fines has to be weighed against the
Ms.
fact.
Roth, just a heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker.
Okay, great. I'll wrap up. Just one more thought. Please do enable municipalities to use automated enforcement if they choose to. It changes behavior and saves lives. The alternative, many more people being needlessly killed and failing miserably in the Vision Zero goal that you all so terrifically set up in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roth, for your testimony today and for joining us via Zoom and for all the work that you've done over the last number of years on this issue. I always, as a chair of the meeting, I always have a hard time when there may be some misrepresentations of the bill before us, and I don't feel like badgering people who are testifying via the public process. So I appreciate when folks come on and correct the record about what's actually included in the bill. You did a great job correcting some misstatements that were made earlier. So I really do appreciate that. Are there any questions? For Ms. Roth? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony today.
Thank you all.
Next up is Mayor O'Leary. I have Neil O'Leary / Fred Spagnolo.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. How are you?
Good.
The
How
mayor
are
has
you?
been-
Good, thank you. The mayor's been called away, but I am here to offer our strong support as a city and an administration in favor of Bill 5917, if that's okay. So I thank the opportunity to speak in front of the Distinguished Transportation Committee, and I appreciate all the work that's been done by Vision Zero Council to bring this raised bill to public discussion. You know, what we've seen here in the city of Waterbury over the course of the last year is an increase of about plus 122% in fatal motor vehicle accidents. That translates into 20 people. 20 people have died in the city over the past year in fatalities. Factors of these crashes are speed, aggressive driving, distracted driving, and pedestrian awareness. Accordingly, we've seen a large increase, over a 25% increase in fatal crashes in the state of Connecticut over the past year as well. With regard to serious non-fatal crashes in our city, we've seen a significant increase. There's been another 20 accidents that were near fatal motor vehicle accidents that our crash reconstruction team has had to go out and conduct investigations in over the past calendar year. Any increase in an accident, especially a fatal one or a serious traffic accident, is too large. And sadly, the majority of these are preventable. Yearly, our officers here in Waterbury participate in National Highway Safety Transportation Administration and the state of Connecticut Department of Transportation traffic enforcement campaigns. Those campaigns include distracted driving, high visibility enforcement, speed and aggressive driving enforcement, among many others. Despite our participation in these initiatives, we are continuing to have an increase in traffic accidents. Additionally, over the past year, our traffic unit has conducted numerous motor vehicle stops and issued many types of enforcement infractions to help curtail what we are seeing occurring in our city, which is some significant issues with driving and aggressive driving. My administration, in partnership with Mayor O'Leary, have done extensive research and worked with our traffic engineer here in Waterbury. We've identified 10 streets, both local and state streets, where crashes occur in our city at a significantly higher level than other areas. The mayor and I welcome a holistic team approach, and we realize what happens in our city doesn't stop at the city limits. It's something that's impacting us statewide. We are also here in the city of Waterbury more than willing and ready to accept this as part of a pilot program if that's something that the legislation would be interested in. Speed, of course, is another great concern with regard to traffic crashes. As speed increases, damage to property increases, and the types of injuries that people incur in these accidents increase. We're glad to see that this proposed legislation also includes speed of vehicles into consideration, thereby allowing for automated speed enforcement, as mentioned in the subsection of this particular legislation.
Excuse me, sir, just a heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker.
Okay, all right. So we support this this legislation strongly. We thank you for your time, and we appreciate any consideration.
Thank you so much, Chief, for your time today and the efforts that you've undertaken in the city of Waterbury. We know Representative Reyes has indicated to this committee over the past number of years the dramatic increase that you've been seeing in your community with aggressive driving, reckless driving, speed, and red light running. It's not just a Waterbury issue, it's broadly across the state. Representative Reyes has made it clear to me the efforts and the consistent effort that you've put in to try to diminish that occurrence, and I tend to agree with you that additional enforcement techniques are going to be necessary if we're really going to get on top of this and curb the driver behavior that we're seeing across our state. And I applaud the efforts that you've taken with the current authorizations that you have, and recognize your request for additional tools in the toolbox. So thank you again for your testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no further questions, I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is Aaron Good, to be followed by Ed Stewart. Is Aaron in?
Yes, he's coming on right now.
And Barbara Monk.
Hi,
Aaron,
thank you,
you have
Mr.
the floor.
Chairman. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I mainly want to associate myself with the all the testimony from my colleagues from the Safe Streets Coalition of New Haven. I've been working on traffic safety issues for a long time, but it became personal for me when I was almost killed by a truck riding my bike in 2018 on the Farmington Canal Trail, which should be a safe space to ride, but unfortunately nowhere is really safe anymore. But of course, it's not about me. It's not about any individual incident or tragedy, whether it's the brother of the lieutenant governor or Q Williams, who was a friend of mine, as he was to many of you. It's really about our collective future and whether we think there's an acceptable level of death and carnage on our roads. And I would urge you to see this package of Vision Zero policy recommendations as a holistic approach to the problem that's more than the sum of its parts. In the traffic safety advocacy world, we talk about the three-legged stool of engineering, education, and enforcement, and how these areas are interdependent and mutually reinforcing. So if you remove any one of the E's, the entire stool collapses. So removing automated enforcement or education or any element from the package is going to substantially impair the overall effectiveness of the bill in responding to the public health epidemic on our roads. I want to correct some misconceptions and offer a suggestion about Section 4, clarifying the acquisition authority of DOT. It's possible this authority will never have to be used. Hopefully it won't, but having it as a tool is important and appropriate because the idea that greenways are just for recreation of elite users is false. 60% of the use of the Farmington Canal in New Haven is for year-round commuting to work, school, shopping, doctor's appointments. We know that from copious amounts of data from UConn's Connecticut Trail Census program. Any suggestion otherwise is badly misinformed and factually incorrect. I think DOT has learned the hard way that not having this tool has unnecessarily held up closing the remaining gaps in the Farmington Canal, which is the crown jewel of our state bicycle pedestrian network. Building the Farmington Canal has been going on for 37 years. Thankfully, it's almost done, but we'd really like to finish it before the 50-year mark. And that's going to be a lot more difficult and complicated without this tool. My suggestion is that the same explicit authority being granted in Section 4 to DOT is also extended to our home rule and special act municipalities, because it's the munis who are often the party responsible for greenway construction, not the state. And I'm thinking of the unnecessary delays in Farmington Canal Phase 4 construction in New Haven, where it took 10 years to negotiate a temporary construction easement with a parking lot owner. But there are many other examples one could cite where, just to be clear, the property rights in question are temporarily using a sliver of someone's parking lot or auxiliary driveway. That's significant, but it is not some kind of sprawling overreach like urban renewal. So thank you very much for creating the Vision Council. Thank you for raising this incredibly important bill. Thank you for your time and have a nice day.
Thank you, Aaron, for your time and testimony today and for your longtime advocacy in the city of New Haven. Full disclosure, Aaron and I are friends, and I do take his advice quite frequently, so I won't belabor the point here in committee. Are there any questions for Aaron? Seeing none, we'll go to Barbara Monk, who's in person, then to be followed by Edward Stewart.
Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, ranking members and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. I'm Barbara Monk, an ARP Connecticut volunteer from North Haven, and I support House Bill 5917, the recommendations of the Vision Zero Council. As a child or teen, I rode my bike or walked all around North Haven. Well, now, having lived through the 60s twice, I drive. When we bought our house and our family grew, suburban life required a car. As a Board of Ed member in the 90s, some community members criticized door-to-door school bus service as wasteful. Where do you think our children should stand waiting for a bus? We do not have a lot of sidewalks in our town, including my own busy street. When it snows, it swallows more of the roads and intersections, making visibility precarious. In other words, making our roads not usable for everyone in our community. Sidewalks were not mended years ago by our planning and zoning. Simpler Times didn't anticipate the traffic from the growth of housing or commerce on the many undeveloped parcels of land or the two-car households our community would have, or the need for frequent school bus stops or whether a child should walk to school. Decisions made in a vacuum may not consider all the ramifications of a policy or reflect the vision to see the future needs of a community. So why does an AARP volunteer bring up school bus stops? It has to do with planning and anticipating the future needs of all members of a community by including the various stakeholders in decision-making, transportation professionals, policymakers, public health officials, police, and community members. House Bill 5917 requires each municipality adopt a complete streets prioritization plan as stated in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. It's a comprehensive safety action plan to ensure that the streets located in such municipalities safely and conveniently serve road users of all ages and abilities, including pedestrians, transit users, bicyclists, persons using wheelchairs or other assistive devices, and motor vehicle operators. My needs at 7 are different than my needs at 70, but my desire to still be able to walk or bike in my community is severely hampered because I do not feel safe. My movements may be slower, but that does not mean I can't do those things if the infrastructure offered safe access. My needs may echo the needs of another population. A stroller or a walker both need curb cuts. At Domingo Hartford a couple of months ago, AARP volunteers, including myself, asked residents, what would they do if they felt the streets were safe?
Excuse me, Ms. Monk, you're at the 3-minute marker.
One sentence left. They would walk or bike to school, the library, local businesses, exercise for better health were the top answers that we polled. Let's make that possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monk, for your testimony today. I really do deeply appreciate you made some really impactful remarks there. Stroller and a wheelchair both require a curb cut. I mean, I think it's a good way of looking at the life cycle and the needs of all of our community in a really thoughtful way. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate the role that AARP has actually played on pedestrian safety issues in this legislature and with me in the past. And I thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you.
Senator Cohen.
I just wanted to echo those comments. Ms. Monk, thank you so much for being here. And you make an important point that I think a lot of us sort of take for granted, but and we were just talking about this actually across the hall in a press conference about everybody's right to safety, and it's in the hierarchy of needs. We all deserve safety and well-being, and whether you're 7 years old or 70 years old, it doesn't matter. We all want to get out and enjoy multimodal transportation options, whether it be biking or walking or the train or riding in our car without fear of a crash or something really severe happening to us. So I appreciate your testimony today and your patience as we were getting to your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Next up is Edward Stewart, followed by Rob Rock. If you are in person and wish to testify, could you just identify yourself for the clerk, Samuel Clark, who's sitting in the corner, just so I make sure I don't miss you while going through the list. Next up, Edward Stewart, followed by Rob Rock.
Waiting on Edward to just confirm to be let in.
While we're awaiting the next few folks to accept their invitation to join as panelists, I think we should take someone who's in the room. If I had indulgence of the committee to do so. Yeah, sure, please just identify your name and what number you are on our list. That would help us.